try now.
Can everybody hear me now?
Agenda.
Yes.
Great.
Oh, an echo.
Is there an echo? Echo?
No, it might be better now.
Okay. Okay, I think everybody's good. Lila's on. I'm going to start the recording if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Okay, am I all set? Is Dave gonna count down?
Dave, you going to count down?
He said yep.
Let's start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, welcome to the May 11th Northampton School Committee Student Advisory Council meeting. I'm Mayor Jean-Louise Schar, the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person in the community room at JFK Middle School.
Oh, sorry.
This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. I'll begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
I will, and I just want to tell everybody that in your packets, if you open up the 051123 SCM roll call and voting record, you can watch me do the vote in real time, so you're aware of what the motion is. So I will call the roll now. Mayor Shara?
Present.
Member Robbins?
Present.
Member Gazy?
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Present.
Member Stein?
Present.
Member Levy?
Present.
Member Miller?
Yes, here. There you are.
Member Goldman?
Present.
Member Agna? We have Member Agna yet?
Not
No, I
yet.
guess she's coming a little later. And Member Davis?
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. The following members are participating remotely over Zoom. I am Mayor Shara, Member Levy, and Member Stein. I think I got everyone, is that correct? It's confusing when they're on Zoom, but in the room too. Okay, so I think Lila is here. Oh, hi, Lila. And we welcome you and are happy to hear from you for the Student Advisory Council. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I speak into this, is that right? Not my computer?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Can it be enabled that I share the screen somehow, please? Awesome.
Okay, you should be able to do it now.
Okay, can you all, okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, so hi everybody, nice to be here. Evelyn cannot make it tonight, so I will just be presenting this by myself. Hopefully it goes all right, but yeah. So today I'm just gonna be kind of talking about just an overview of the year. We didn't really have anything specific to share, so we're just gonna be talking about general things. Hopefully there will be a lot of questions, some good discussion as usual. Okay, so just briefly some like end of year events. This is kind of like what usually happens in the student representative report, but I'll just share it now. So there is a big ultimate tournament this weekend, which is very exciting. I'm on the ultimate team. It's the biggest high school girls tournament in the world, I believe. Teams are coming from, I think, as far as Washington. That's where they came from last year, so we'll see how that goes. The ultimate team did just rank nationally, so that's very exciting. I'm very passionate about this one specifically, but also prom is happening at the Log Cabin on the 25th. Graduation is June 4th. Seniors' last day is May 24th, and everybody else gets out on the 21st. Okay. Some other recent events at NHS include AP testing. AP tests have gone on for the past 2 weeks. Tomorrow is the last day. I don't actually know what tests are happening tomorrow, but wish any students you know luck. The Bow Bow Bash is happening, featuring NHS band students for the J. Scott Brandon Grant Fund. Pride Parade was in Northampton. last weekend, I believe, and the GSA marched, I think, so that's very exciting.
They marched right behind us.
Oh my gosh. Awesome. Senior Field Day happened on Thursday or Friday of last week. There was a lot of ice cream, lots of music, lots of ultimate. There was a poetry slam and the sophomore spring dance. Okay, so now recent student union activities and endeavors include getting menstrual products in the girls' bathrooms. So this has been like one of our big projects throughout, also last year, but especially we've focused on it this year. But we've done a lot of fundraising and gotten menstrual products in the girls' bathrooms, and people have like been really, really excited about this, like all throughout the school. I think people are really grateful for it. Our big thing about this is that we really want some institutionalized funding for menstrual products, and that's something we're working on figuring out. But yes, that's definitely important to keep in mind for like, I don't know, going forward in terms of this project, is that we don't want to have to like be fundraising. So yeah. So we also recently gave a grant to the Environmental Club to help them pay for a salad bar for next year. So there have been some different communications about this, so I'm not totally sure what the trajectory of this is in terms of getting it all figured out, but hopefully that will happen next year. The Environmental Club seemed very, very organized when we talked to them about this and determined to get it to happen. The idea essentially is that right now we have like mostly like single serving salads that are like in these little paper hot dog type containers, and they're like covered in saran wrap, like it's like an intense security system to try to get at your salad. So I think the salad bar makes a lot of sense in terms of increasing our sustainability. The Student Union is also having another fundraiser this Friday to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, led by Giselle, and it's going to be like a boba fundraiser, so that's going to be fun. And we also had our merch sale. Somebody asked actually about, was it you that asked about the merch?
It was me, and
Okay.
it's in I need to go get it.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
But you know
I know
how
where
to
it
get
is.
Awesome.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, so yeah, in general, we've just had a lot of successful fundraisers. Another thing that's kind of been, it might be more on the next slide, but there have been some like Mentor Monday, like representative meetings, which is something that Mr. Worley and the new administration have been working on a lot. So I don't know if we talked about this last time, but essentially each Mentor Monday like peer group elected a like representative to go to these larger meetings to share ideas with like the administration and other students and just to have a discussion. So we tried to get a member from the student union here who has been at one of these meetings. I haven't been able to make it any of the times they've happened. Fortunately, no one was able to come, so I'm sorry I can't provide more insight about that. But from what I've heard, it's been, there's been a lot of great discussion happening and a lot of great ideas shared. So yeah. So some other changes in the school this year. Starting out small, we've had some more sample foods being offered in the cafeteria. So these have like, it seems like they kind of inspired new meals based on like popularity of like the samples. And there have been a lot more healthier options since this started, which is really exciting. There have been like different like noodle dishes with like chicken and vegetables. Some like, oh, there was a really like fancy roll type thing. I forgot exactly what it was, but it was delicious. So stuff like that. Also, the vending machines came back, which is something that students have been very outspoken about, so that's exciting. We've also had a new hall pass system. So last year it was very, very informal in terms of hall passes, and now it's super standardized. So there's like color coding, orange for students, other colors for visitors and student teachers and stuff like that. And so this has just made it easier for you know, people to know who's out with permission from a teacher and who isn't. So yeah, there's been a little bit of like student feedback about that, but from my perspective at least, it seems like it's just been kind of an adjustment period, and I think that people are getting used to it more and more now. So yeah, we've also had a new reassessment grading policy. I believe this was implemented in the second semester, and you know, that's always an adjustment, having the grading system change in the middle of a school year. So essentially what happens now is that your standards from a reassessment are averaged with your like original like attempt at a standard. And I think this is kind of to mitigate the like sort of grade inflation idea, or the idea that people can just like reassess and just not necessarily try their best the first time because of that. And that's also been an adjustment period, and we've talked with the administration about, you know, the plan for SBG going forward, which seems to be being in development. So we feel good about that. Yeah. So there's also a new flex scheduling website. So we had enriching students, I believe, at the beginning of this year, and it was a little fluky, and students weren't held accountable for where they were because there was no way to, I believe there was no way to connect it to Aspen, which is our attendance taking system. So now we have one that like takes attendance, I believe, called MyFlex Learning. I like MyFlex Learning, so I don't know. We haven't collected a lot of student feedback about that, but it seems to be working much better for teachers who can now like know where their students are and can also switch students into their classes, which was harder to do before. Also, we this year welcomed Mr. Worley, and I think there have been a lot of great changes this year, and yeah, we're super excited to have him. Okay, that's kind of all I have to say. Are there any questions?
Are we raising physical hands? Oh,
Since with the screen sharing, it's hard for me to see. Okay, members, Cox, there you go.
oh, did somebody else have their hand up, though?
I wasn't sure. Member Miller, did you have your hand up?
No, there was something you said at the beginning that I'm trying to remember that I had a question about.
Would it be helpful if I brought the slides back up?
Could it be the ultimate tournament, the prom, graduation,
We can go through all that.
last AP testing, the bow dance?
Why don't we go to member Seraphy Cox, and then member Miller, maybe it'll come to you.
So I was interested, this is not the first time that you've mentioned about needing some revenue source for ongoing supplies of menstrual products. So I'm curious, you know, in those conversations, have you had thoughts about both how much it actually will cost and then what that revenue source might be?
Yeah, okay, so I will say that I'm not the expert on this.
That's okay.
Evelyn was kind of spearheading this initiative, so I'm not sure about the numbers. I think, I remember having a conversation, I think with Dr. Provost like 2 years ago about this, and he said that there was some kind of budget allocation for this, maybe for the nurses, I'm not totally sure, don't quote me, but I think the nurses had like a $5,000 budget, and the issue was just that they like couldn't just like take time out of their day and like walk around to the bathrooms and, you know, dispense menstrual products. So there wasn't really a standardized system in place for that. And so Evelyn has been doing it herself. So that's also something, I mean, I don't think she totally minds, but I think that's something that it would be more efficient if we got that standardized as well. So yeah, just in general, I think we're happy to be doing this right now, but we really want there to be some system in place within the school where the student union no longer has to be behind this 100%, especially financially.
Yeah, but could you imagine that if the products were available, that the student union could be responsible for ensuring that they're dispersed to
Yeah,
the
yeah, I think so.
bathrooms? Okay. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
So Lila, did you say that you think there is a fund? So potentially it's not a concern on that you'd have to fundraise for these products. It's just making the whole system work. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that maybe it was part, I really don't, like, I
Okay.
don't know about this, but I think maybe it was like part of the nurse's budget, so it's not like, I don't know. But I think, like, it seems like it's not happening within the school, and so whether or not the money exists, like, nobody's using it and nobody's told us about it.
Yeah.
Okay, we can look into it. I'm sorry to press you. You did say that
No,
you didn't have the information, so. I
it's
apologize.
okay.
Well,
That's
and
very helpful.
if Evelyn has, Evelyn, you said?
Yes, Evelyn.
If she has anything else to add to this, you know, she can obviously email us other leads. Yeah, thank you.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I'm sorry to make you repeat yourself, Lila. I was in the process of moving to a quieter room. When you were talking about the piece on the standards-based grading and the test scores being averaged, and I know that's something you'd spoken about earlier. Can you say again what the update was tonight on that subject?
There is not really an update. Yeah, it's just what I've said in the past, which is that they changed it mid-semester. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of communication about that, you know, which I think it was like, you know, it was a big transition period, and so, but yeah, that's what happened.
And have there not been any opportunities since for students to engage in a dialogue and share thoughts and concerns?
So we just had a cabinet meeting with the administration about this. Actually, yeah, Mr. Worley, do you want to just talk about this?
Hi, I'm actually not online, I'm here.
I'll stop trying to unmute you then.
It's confusing. Can't tell who's all in the meeting without the computer on.
Yeah, right?
So there's a couple of different pieces that I think connect to this. One is, there was a long discussion first semester, which I was not part of, around the issue that Lila raised around the difference between highest score and averaging in the standards calculation. And highest makes a lot of sense if you have a whole bunch of other things in place. But without all those things in place, it does lead to some sort of weird incentives, as Lila was describing, where you can wait and then do something, which isn't ideal. So teachers felt strongly that the switching to the mean or the average was a better plan, given the constraints and how things are set up now. It was a change, but not an enormous change, and it addressed a couple issues which required some changes in the policies for that each department has around reassessment. So that's where we are now. At the same time, we have spent a significant amount of time as a faculty in faculty meetings, department meetings, and also using, we created a working group to look at grading practices aiming at next year. And so we have some, and department chairs as well. So we have some recommendations from all of that we're going to bring to students in, I think, the next mentor rep meeting that Lila described, and I'm going to try and schedule at a time to make sure that most or all of the student union can be there as well. And they're invited, but a lot of these students, not surprisingly, have multiple commitments. So it's hard to get a whole group of any cross-section of students in the room at the same time. So we're going to try hard, though, for this one, and I'm guessing they're going to be motivated, because it's been, as you all know, a topic of a lot of interest and concern. So we'll bring that to students. We'll share it with caregivers for feedback. I want to reach out to the committee that met at the beginning of the year, make sure they're aware and have an opportunity to provide input. The basic framework is to try and do something different next year that will work better for students and teachers. But really, some of this work is a longer-term project. So the way I'm describing and thinking about it is to try and take some of the pressure and focus off of grading, because that's really not, for me, the starting point. The starting point is learning and assessing learning and giving students feedback. And if we're doing that well, then figuring out what are the implications for grading next would make sense. So that's a longer, more complex conversation. So seeing if we can come to some agreements on grading for next year that would not have it be the focal point of ire, and allow us some time to kind of come to some community agreements on what would be best. That was a
Thank you.
long answer to a short question.
Very, very helpful. Thank you.
And so I'll bring more to you.
Thank you. Member Miller, did I see your hand? No?
Yeah, it was a very quick question for Lila. Where's the tournament?
Tournament is at the Oxbow. Yes. Right next to the highway.
And all the mosquitoes.
Yes, many, and a lot of wind.
And you can buy merch.
You can buy merch, true. Please buy merch.
What time is it at?
Like dawn to dusk. We have to get there very early. I don't know when it actually starts.
8 and 9:30 are the first games for each of the four teams, and the last games start at 3:30. Pretty much every time you show up, there'll be a team.
On Saturday. We're on.
Saturday and Sunday. Finals will be Sunday.
Great. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, does anyone have any other questions or comments for Lila? Lila, quick question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but do we expect Evelyn for the student representative report later, or you, or?
I won't be able to make it. I don't think Evelyn will, but I cannot say for sure. Sorry, I thought she communicated. I'm not totally sure.
I think she's going to be in a concert.
Okay.
Okay, so we will not be expecting her. Great, thank you for that. Okay, if there are, welcome Member Agna. We were just going to adjourn. If there are no further questions for Lila. Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please. And then we'll see you all in the regular meeting.
Hope everybody can hear me. Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lila.
Thank you.
And, excuse me, it is 6:30, so are we ready to roll right into the next meeting?
I just have one question. Lila, is this your last school committee meeting?
Of this year. I'm not.
And then you'll be back in the fall.
I hope
Okay.
to be back.
Okay, great.
I will be back.
Thank goodness.
I have to run and get my water. I'll be right back. Oh, no, it's just a shake.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, are we ready to start the other meeting? Yes?
Yes, and I have no in-person public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Dave, do you want to count down this one, or should I start? Someone else?
We got the thumbs up, so.
A thumbs up?
You can start.
To which question to start? Okay.
Yep.
Good evening. Welcome to the May 11th Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Mayor Jean Louise Chera, the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. I'll begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara?
Present.
Member Robbins? Member Gazy?
She just stepped
Oh,
out.
sorry. Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. The following members are participating remotely over Zoom. I am Mayor Shara, Member Agna, Member Levy, and Member Stein. First up on our agenda is public comments. We're taking public comment in person and over Zoom. It sounds like there's no one that is signed up for public comment in the community room. And I'm not sure that I see anyone other than us here on Zoom, but I will give it a moment, excuse me, to see if anyone is going to show up for public comment. Seeing none, we will move on to announcements. Any announcements? Member Robbins.
Thank you. I know that most of us are aware of this, but I want to make sure that our constituency is as well, that this is Teacher Appreciation Week, which is a great time to recognize and honor the hard work of our teachers across the Commonwealth, as well as to advocate for policies that support teachers, students, and communities in realizing our shared vision of high-quality public education for all, which we should be doing all year round. But our teachers understand the foundation of student success. They understand what doesn't work. The state has had two interconnected strategies around this. One has been state takeovers and districts and standardized testing, both in high-stakes ways that have worked against teachers, students, and communities. High-stakes standardized testing harms all students by narrowing the curriculum, and for some students disrupts their future lives. State takeovers disrupt whole communities' educational programming and school-to-community connections. Both are political strategies, not education strategies, and they're based in part in distrust of teachers and undermining of the teaching profession. May 24th is the Thrive Act. It's a legislative day honoring the act filed by state representatives Jim Hawkins, Dan Montano, and state senators Joe Comerford, Liz Miranda, and Adam Gomez, which offers an alternative vision. It replaces the failed receivership model with comprehensive support and improvement plans that address root causes with a whole child approach and clear accountability and benchmarks. And while MCAS would still be used as part of a larger accountability process, the Thrive Act makes graduation dependent on successful completion of coursework, which is a more effective predictor of future learning and life success than standardized testing. So there are two things that we can do. One is to write our state legislators in support of the Thrive Act, see if they're already on board. And then, if you can, make it to the State House on Wednesday, May 24th, to support that lobbying to make that happen. And thank you to Senator Comerford for supporting this and putting it out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, next up is Member Levy.
Thank you. I want to share with my colleagues on the school committee and with the general public that I will not be seeking re-election in the coming term. I want to thank all of my colleagues who have gone out of their way to try and convince me otherwise. It has been incredibly heartwarming, and I feel very appreciated and valued, so thank you. Many of you know I will be starting a new job in the next few weeks that is going to be taking up a great deal of my time and energy, and I don't feel at this point that I can give to the school committee the attention and the energy and the time that this role deserves alongside my new professional role. So if there are folks who have questions about running, I would be happy to talk to them, and I will still be here through the end of the term.
Thank you, Member Levy, though I am very sad to hear that announcement. Member Stein.
I'm bummed I didn't get a chance to lobby you, try to convince you beforehand. Sorry, a little thrown off. I have three brief announcements. The first is a big thank you to all the members of the MTS community that came out for Pride on Sunday. It was really great to march with the school committee and see such support for our students and staff in a moment where there are increasing attacks on the LGBT community. The second is a recognition and congratulations to NHS students, who I apologize if I mispronounce their names, Shira Sweet and Jane Harrison Millman, who produced a short film called The Pain Within, Addressing Domestic Abuse in America. They were awarded third prize regionally in the C-SPAN Student Cam competition earlier this year, and they're going to be recognized in a ceremony at NHS on Friday, May 19th. So I want to congratulate them. It's a great accomplishment. Looking forward to joining that celebration. And the third is just to recognize that as the Biden administration ends the pandemic emergency today, we're still losing over 1,000 lives a week. 16 million American adults are suffering with long COVID. 15 million Americans are being thrown off Medicaid. Tests are no longer covered by insurers, and the data and resources the vulnerable need to protect themselves is disappearing while they shoulder the burden of the ongoing pandemic alone. I want to recognize what a difficult day this is for some members of our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Agna.
Okay, I'm not muted now, sorry. I first wanted to acknowledge the fact that there's going to be a significant lobbying effort going on at the State House by NACE and anybody else who is going on the bus, including, I'm going to hop on the bus, I think some others are, to have a day at the State House again to try to lobby for fairness and the fair share amendment that we did vote, most of us in Northampton, we were second in the state to vote for it, and we would like the state to recognize us by increasing Chapter 70 funding. It was really, I think it was eye-opening and little dismaying for myself and for Member Robbins, I believe, and Zara Osman, who came with us to the day on the Hill that the MASC sponsored, called Facing the Fiscal Cliff, that many in our state are facing right now, especially because the revenues are now significantly down from the state reporting in April. But there is a petition out there that NACE has put out, and if you haven't signed it, I would encourage you to sign it. It's on the NACE website. And the more signatures we get, I know that legislators do take into account when they do have people who lobby them. I remember that Peter Kokot said to me one time, if I get 6 phone calls, that's a mandate. And I said, okay, that's what we need to remember, is that we can be forceful in our voices. And again, thanks to Representative Sabadosa and Senator Comerford for being in our courts and trying to make this happen for us. I also wanted to acknowledge, and if anybody gets the Gazette, there was a really good report on the Dr. Patrick Tutwiler's visit to our district last week. I guess it was Monday, it was this week. He is the Secretary of Education under the Healy administration. He was, I was able to go to the visit that he made to Bridge Street School, which was very impressive. He was so impressed with Bridge Street and what he saw there. He also is a very personable person, very open, and someone who is very easy to approach. And I think that we are in good hands with this secretary, having been the Lynn superintendent of schools. He knows schools, and I hope that he can have some influence on the governor and then on our state in how it's improving the situation that we find ourselves in with funding right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Member Agger, we have on our agenda later more, I think, about the May 16th trip to the State House.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, not at all. It's good, you know, it's, who knows what time we'll get to that, so it's good for everyone watching to hear about it.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that it was a great visit with Secretary Tutwiler, and I was able to I was invited to the closed session before he went to Bridge Street with superintendents from the region. And it was, I was at the table with him, and I could see the impact of hearing from our Western Mass schools, what that, it really resonated with him, and he was hearing it. So we hope that that then translates into action. So thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, thank you. I also was going to bring up the Secretary of Education's visit. I was just so impressed with Principal Rufflart and how she was able to tell the story of her school, and so grateful to Senator Comerford for really framing the issues at Bridge Street School in the kind of broader context of both the district and the state, and how all of that is affecting us through policy. So I think it was a well-run event, and I'm so grateful for it. But the other announcement that I wanted to make, in case anybody doesn't know, that the Northampton Education Foundation plant sale is on Saturday from 9 to 1 at Smith Vocational. This year they also, really exciting, they have a seed starting station for kids that they have added this year. So that's really exciting, and go buy your plants, and proceeds, of course, go to the Northampton Education Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, those proceeds, they go specifically to the book fund, which is distributed to all 7 of the schools. So please, everyone, go to the NEF plant sale on Saturday. And Member Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm not unmuting.
Yeah, don't press anything when you.
Okay, have it. I'm still echoing. Thank you. Yikes, long day. Very briefly, I just wanted to say that I had the honor, along with a few other school committee members and Mayor Shara, to attend the award ceremony run by CPAC. To recognize educators nominated by students and caregivers, and it was touching and fun, and it was great to hear and be reminded of all the impact that teachers have on students, all the different kinds of teachers. So thank you.
Thank you for that. That was a really lovely event. And back to what you're talking about, Member Seraphy Cox, I also want to share thanks to Principal Rufflart, who did a fabulous job. And, I think did a great job presenting all these sort of different facets of Bridge Street School. And also Josh Dixon, who was there, and Celeste Malvezi was there, and there was Andrea Agito came. There were a lot of, we had just a really great group of people to walk with the Secretary around Bridge Street and really give him a good, solid taste of our community and what we stand for and what our schools are about. So thank you to everybody. Okay, if there are no further announcements, then we can move on to the recommended actions, the consent agenda. So the items are A, meeting minutes for approval, April 13th, 2023 school committee meeting, March 17th, 2022 special school committee meeting, revisions of previously approved 2018 to 2021 school committee meeting minutes, B, field trip approval, C, acceptance of donation, field trip approval, that's Northampton High School Bike Club, June 8th to 11th to Vermont and New Hampshire. C, acceptance of donation of $1,500 from local vocal for NHS, and $3,520.59 from Northampton Musical Boosters Club for NHS Rock of Ages musical. I would if someone was not going to already, could someone make a motion, please, to remove Section A, minutes for discussion? Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, but pulling the, is it just the entirety of Section A? Is that, yeah, okay.
Yes.
So pulling the entirety of Section A out of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, so, this is a motion to approve the consent agenda with A removed, which are all the minutes. Any other removals? Okay, so seeing none, roll call on sections B and C of the consent agenda.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes, with gratitude for donations.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
And Member Robbins.
Yep.
Okay, that was approved, so moving back to section A, I would like to take the revisions of previously approved 2018 to 2021 meeting minutes first, if that's okay, and just to share a review of, that I made of the revised minutes that were included in the folder yesterday. Shows that they don't meet all the requirements in the Attorney General's determination from March 14th. I would say that they need to be further amended to include the listed roll call votes with the vote taken by each member for each vote. And additionally, some still lack sufficient summary of discussion by the school committee. I would be looking for a motion to send them back for completion, to address the insufficiencies and for them to be on the June meeting agenda fully in compliance with the Attorney General's determination, or sooner at a special meeting if that can be arranged.
It's going to take us way longer than that to do that.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Levy. Is there any discussion?
Can you just restate the motion one more time?
Sure, to send them back for completion, to address the insufficiencies, and for the minutes to be on the June meeting agenda, fully in compliance with the AG's determination, or sooner at a special meeting if it can be arranged.
And that's just for the 2018 to 2021.
Right, so these were the revisions to the previously approved minutes. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
No, I'm sorry, you haven't been recognized.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the April 13th, 2023, and the March 17th, 2022. My review of these minutes show that they should be revised to include the roll call votes with each member's vote listed in the minutes for each roll call.
Those were already approved just a few minutes ago.
No, we pulled the entirety of Section A out.
Section A, okay.
So is there a motion to send them back for completion to address the insufficiencies and for them to be on the June meeting agenda or sooner at a special meeting if it can be arranged?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion's made by Member Robbins, seconded by Member Gazy, I believe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
So if you're looking on the voting record, can we make sure we get the motion correct there? April 13th and March 17th, 2022 meetings.
Is the April 13th, 2023 or 2022?
No,
It says 2023 in the agenda.
it's the
Last meeting's minutes. And then
last meeting minutes, and then one that we were beginning to catch up on the backlog for special meetings, so that's 2022. And that's March 17th?
Yes, 22.
And you mean June 2023, right?
For the next meeting, yes.
Yeah. Okay, can you give me who did the motion?
Member Robbins, seconded by Member Gazy.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
And Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Okay, and so now that it's been noted by the AG that all roll calls must be listed in the minutes with each member's vote, even if unanimous, the directive is that recording practices must be corrected and modified to meet this and all other requirements going forward from this point.
Can I ask a clarification?
On the,
Just on
Sure.
what you just said. So when we all vote unanimous, we're exploring this through subcommittee note-taking. Can we just write unanimous? It has to be all the votes.
not if, not if it requires a roll call, meaning if there was anyone who was remote. If it's in person, if everyone's in person and it's not a hybrid meeting and it's not, no one's remote, then for some votes, you can do a voice vote. But hybrid, or if anyone's remote, then every vote needs to be a roll call, and then the need to say, it even needs to be spelled out, even if it's unanimous and even if nothing's changed. The reason being, someone could have left the room and you don't know, who voted yes, unless it is stated with their name. And it can be done, you can say ayes and then list the names, and then nays and then list the names. It doesn't have to sort of have the name and then yes or no, or aye or nay, but it needs to be very clear, the member and the vote they took. Okay. Next up is reports and recommendations. And first up is rules and policy, and Member Gazy.
Okay, attached in your folder, you'll see 2 policies for first reading. KDB, the public's right to know, and JICA, the student dress code. In the public's right to know, we're recommending that the MASC suggested policy that was revised in, 2022 be used. That is the part that's in red at the bottom of our current policy. Do you want to deal with that now, or discuss it and then vote it for second reading, or do you want me to go through all of them at once?
We don't need a vote for a second
Oh,
reading.
we don't need a vote, okay.
Yeah.
I'm always confused about it.
Well, I have second reading and vote on the agenda.
For the second reading and vote,
Yeah.
we need the vote. But for
But not for the first reading.
we don't need a vote.
So, there's that one, and then I'll just introduce the JICA one, which is, we've made a few sort of language update changes. This is the one that we did not Ours was already up to date, so we're just making sure that everything was, that we had dealt with the T-shirts with hate symbols on them and stuff. So those are the two for the two policies that are first reading. The sexual health.
Before you move on, Member Gazy, it looks like Member Levy and Member Stein have questions.
Oh, okay.
Member Levy?
Thanks. One's a quick edit and the other is a question.
Great.
Would it be possible to change parents at the end of the first sentence to caregivers?
We did.
Yeah.
We did. Are you looking at JICA student dress code for LGT review?
Yeah, I don't see any, I don't know if maybe there's a version that has edits that I'm not seeing.
Well, this is, yep, there is one that has, so that's got caregivers there. And on the third line in the second paragraph, the other change was, does not cause disorder or disruption to the learning environment.
Okay, so if there's, I thank you for reading those changes.
Sorry that you're.
If there's a way to, in the future, see those, that would be helpful.
Well, there is. Are you, which,
I think these are the ones in the folders, and it's possible the link is not the same.
I just reshared the one in the folder with Member Levy. I don't know why she can't see it in the folder.
yeah, I
It
pulled it
looks
right up
like
from the
everybody else
folder.
can.
Why don't I share my screen?
It's okay. I think we've actually had this issue before, and it has maybe to do with the people who have editing access versus not.
Oh, maybe
But-
so.
Yeah.
Because I see parents.
So I think there's got to be a way to fix that moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it, if you, well, we can talk about, maybe at our next rules and policy meeting, we can add an agenda item to talk about the technological issues. I have some ideas about how to address that,
Well,
but, yeah.
Thank you. Seeing the changes is really helpful.
Yeah.
Like
Well-
what it was before and what you're changing it to.
Exactly.
My question is, is there a policy or is there a place where we define what it means to create disorder or disruption to the learning environment? I had another thought, sorry, as well. But is there a place where that's defined in another policy of ours?
It wasn't in another policy, we got that language, I believe, from the Code of Conduct.
yes.
Okay, my concern is how we're giving guidance to our administrators for enforcing something if it's subjective. And so I would ask the committee to perhaps go back and see if there is some guidance that can be added, perhaps under the suggestions of our legal counsel, to help make sure there's clarity there so that when people are enforcing the policy, there is clarity, or if it's not in this policy and it's somewhere else, great, we could just link to that. My last comment is the last sentence just struck me funny. A student will not be prevented from attending school or a school function or otherwise be discriminated against so long as their attire and appearance meet the requirements set forth above. There's something about saying we won't discriminate you as long as you dress appropriately. And I get the intent behind the sentence. I think it could be reworded so that we're not suggesting that we can discriminate against people who don't dress the way we do.
So the reference to it, I think, is around the hairstyles piece, which is Mass State law, and that's the latest law, and it is linked onto that particular document. And then, of course, it goes back to the earlier ones about T-shirts that are, 40 years old now, probably. But we did talk to Layla about this to some extent, and there is a large subjective role in this, and there's no way that we could specify what is or what isn't, except in the role of how it's ascertained as disruption, and it's pretty hairy. It's a kind of eggshell discussion.
Yeah, we did have her go over that one with us.
But I think the last sentence could probably be reworded to not have the implication that, as Member Levy said.
Can I?
Because I'm Member Stein and then Member Davis.
Okay.
I had some similar concerns on the student dress code policy draft that I wanted to raise. One relates to what we were just talking about on the disorder or disruption. And I appreciate, and I know I wasn't part of the conversation at the subcommittee meeting, and I know that ambiguity is difficult and the legalities surrounding that are hard. But my worry really comes down to the way in which that ambiguity is often used to police kids' bodies, especially young girls' bodies. And I'm really concerned that we don't have any sort of standards to point to when we do have at least references to certain hate symbols, also difficult to police, referenced in other policies. So I worry about that ambiguity. And I also worry about the ambiguity of individual schools may incorporate dress guidelines into their student handbooks. I wouldn't want individual schools to have different standards than other schools in the district around dress code. Because again, it's often will be used at middle school or high school, often to police young students' bodies at a certain age, and I don't think we should have that ambiguity. So if there are ways we can eliminate that and find some ways to protect against those possibilities,
Which part do you want to
eliminate? That would be great.
Which part, Mike, do you want to eliminate?
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to eliminate in the second paragraph, it's the second sentence. So individual schools may incorporate dress guidelines into their student handbooks. Like their own, right? So different from what this policy is. This policy is saying each school can do their own thing, which doesn't make any sense to me. It's way too open to the interpretation of leadership at any one school. So I'd want to get rid of that, and then I don't know how to do it because I appreciate all the legal issues here, but like what causes a disorder or disruption? I don't want it to be morality policing appearance or, sexualizing children in a certain way with norms you put around how they dress. So I wouldn't want that to be cited as causing a disorder or disruption and justifying some policy. I don't know what we can do about that given the law, right? But if there's anything we can do, that would be great. And then just on the right to know, I don't have the exact language, but I just wanted to suggest the committee think about incorporating, like the way right now we have this, we have an assigned records clerk for the school committee. If we could define what the policy is, like how one reaches out to them and what they do once they receive a request, I think that would be a useful piece to have. And also to probably distinguish in the policy, as I'm learning today, even, that there is a difference at some level between student records and public records. And some of that is in here, both can be requested, but I think if we can sharpen that, it would give a lot of clarity to the folks that have to fill those, and we'd have something to point to. So just food for thought when you look at it again.
Can you put your cursor exactly where you're talking about?
Sure.
I see it now.
Let's see here. Hold on. That's like after it says all requests, like who do people make requests to, and when a request comes in, what happens? So under the law, we're supposed, like Michelle is the person that's identified on our website as the records officer for the school system, if you're directing a request about that. So maybe we should put the position in. Requests for these records must be sent to X position. Once they're received, they do what? So do they engage each school? Do they engage IT? How do they collect the records? Like the actual policy should reflect the steps that we're taking to fulfill the request. And those should be in accordance with whatever the laws are to produce the records, right? And There's some of those references in here, but it's not really spelled out. And then just sort of the difference between a student record and a public record. And those are sometimes the same things, but depending who's asking for it, you may be able to see things and get things if you're a parent or a caregiver, for instance, versus a member of the public. So I want to distinguish those things.
So here, this is referring to public records. And then it says below, no records pertaining to individual students or staff members will be released by the for inspection by the public. So that is not definitive enough for you?
No, because if you're a caregiver, you're a member of the public, and some of those records would be disclosed to you as a student record. So they're two different things, right? And you'd request them the same way. So it's saying like you wouldn't just give them to all members of the public, but a caregiver is a member of the public making a request of a public entity for a record. It just happens to be a student record, their student's record, and they have a right to get that. Right?
Isn't that a different
that's
procedure?
different.
That's different.
Yeah, or unauthorized persons. So the member of the public who is authorized would be authorized. Like the parent,
caregiver.
the caregiver.
Caregiver.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I just wanted some
this is-
differentiation
yeah.
Their
there
public hat
about
on.
the types
Yeah.
of
Being the
records,
parent.
so that
Yeah.
we wouldn't know what to do.
I mean, this was written by MASC, the second version, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so the two suggestions were just, the one we're just talking about, and then who gets the request, and then what steps they take to act on it.
Member Davis, you had your hand up, and then Member Miller.
Okay, this is brief, and I don't want to overdo it. I was just back to the dress code, is what my thought was. That last kind of long sentence, or where Member Levy said something about, gee, so they could be discriminated against otherwise, or something that it came out. And I at first, while I was reading it, I don't know if this is fumbly, but I was just thinking that instead of where it said so long as their attire, I was just thinking that, a student will not be prevented from attending school or school function or otherwise be discriminated against. And I was just thinking, like, getting rid of so long,
As long as.
but I was
Means
just
the same
thinking, if, based upon their attire and appearance. You see what I mean, like somehow,
As long
It-
as?
well, that's what's on there, basically. I was just thinking, they might be discriminated, they're not going to be, I was just trying to think of, they're not going to be discriminated against
Based upon.
Their attire.
But a
They're-
student would be prevented from attending the school function if their
Yeah,
attire
yeah.
didn't meet the,
Yeah.
we'll
We'll have to
words-
work on that.
Yeah, we'll wordsmith
Yeah.
it.
Okay. I was just trying to help
They
fix
should
it.
never
Yeah.
be excluded.
Okay, Member Miller?
So I was just thinking that I have a little concern about the word disorder earlier.
This is still in
Because-
JICA?
When I think of protests or appropriate protests where students may wear something that is protesting something that might be concerning, but it may cause some disorder. But I think that's I guess my point would only be that even with disruption, it should be disruption of learning. So as long as it's not disrupting the learning for others, disorder is part of protest.
Yeah, it does say disorder or disruption to the learning environment.
And that's
In our-
probably the version that she can't
You
see.
don't have that.
Right.
Not in the
Version.
version I'm looking at.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
that's okay, that's good.
Right, right. Yeah, that's what we can't see.
But still, the disorder word doesn't sit right with me.
Okay. Anything else on these first readings? So Member Gazy, the sexual health policy is also listed here?
It is. I just finally received word back from Layla, who I had written a while ago. And she said that the Mass Supreme Judicial Court, there's a Mass Supreme Judicial Court case that permits school distribution from 7th grade on. Any policy should require that parents or guardians are allowed to opt out, and distribution should be through the health office. So, and she said if she wants us to go to a rules and policy meeting to see if we can, if there's any of those ones that we looked, the pages that I linked in the report or the Holyoke policy, she'll scrutinize them for us for deeper legal compliance.
Great.
So I don't think we need to go through that there now.
Okay, great, thank
Since
you.
I got word back on that.
Okay, so should we move on to the second readings?
Yes, so the first one is BEDG, minutes, and should I share this with all of, does everybody have the minutes ready for second reading, Doc X? Do you see
I have one where you're
Emily
in.
and,
I do, I see.
and me on it?
We have from my view anyway, it says the request edit access, and I think that's the issue that Dean
Well,
was
let me
pointing out.
just share that with you. I've got, I don't have all of you, so let me just add,
Because I see her in there.
let's see. Is there a way that I can put in a school committee, or?
You can do Northampton School Committee.
But I don't think that actually will work for this. I think you have to do it individually.
Okay,
You
I'll
might
do
have
it.
to do it individually, or I could do it with edit, and it might come up for everybody the correct way? For everybody to be the editor? No, okay. Yeah, do it individually.
Yeah.
So even if we see the document that has Member Gazy in it right now, this is not necessarily showing us everything we need to see?
Correct. It's the correct document, but because you are a view only, Google doesn't allow you to see the suggested changes.
So if I share with, so they aren't viewer only, they're editors, they'll be able to see it.
Correct. However,
we can
you
do
can
that.
only do that during the live meeting. So therefore, as people are preparing for the meeting, they wouldn't be able to see
Right,
the
but-
actual version.
Right,
So-
but it's, in the past, the chair of the subcommittee has not wanted people to have editing.
Well, right, for open meeting law, you can't give people editing access in between the meetings. So,
Right.
so that's what we'll talk about at the next rules and policy meeting, is how to address that technical
So
challenge.
I've got-
But for today, yes, add people as editors.
Possible just to take screenshots?
I could also put it on share my computer. Because I've got,
Share your screen?
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, that's fine for right now. I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
I think-
we can have the other conversation at the subcommittee meeting.
I shared it with everyone as editors, and if you hit refresh, you might be able to see it. So try to hit refresh for everyone who can't see it.
Oh, I think I got it.
Did that work?
Yeah, for me, it no longer says
Okay.
request.
Okay. So you should be able to see it if you hit refresh.
so you should be able to see the highlighted parts.
Yes.
Where we talked about putting copies of the minutes in the agenda folder by the weekend prior to the next meeting.
I didn't see that.
Did you refresh your,
It's highlighted in yellow.
did you refresh your screen?
No, but I can see that.
Oh, you can see it. Okay,
Yeah.
Great.
good. And we added of the discussion up in minutes, the summary of the discussion. It just occurs to me that we should probably put in roll call votes should be,
For remote meetings.
For
I think
remote.
Hybrid?
Yeah.
So actually, it would be for any roll call. So, even if it's not a hybrid or remote meeting, you may still have a roll call, in which case, in the minutes, you would need to show show how each person voted in a roll call. So I think you could simplify it and just say for all roll call votes. Each member by name's vote will be listed.
Oops, I should be suggesting. Does that capture it, Mayor?
Their vote on, I think so.
Okay.
Maybe on each motion?
Good suggestion.
Is there any other discussion on this one? Should we vote on this, baby?
Can we vote on them both together when you're done?
Oh, sure, yeah. So moving over to BEDB, did you send them the link to that one too, Annie?
Yeah, let me do that.
We made the changes in this one, where we named that the vice chair is the person who will notify school committee members who made proposals that weren't put on the agenda. So the vice chair will contact those people. We had you can talk in a different order, you can vote on, I like this part, you can vote on an issue related to the agenda item if the need to vote naturally flows from the discussion. So if you bring up one policy and you realize that's going to make you make changes on another, you can get that referral right there. And then we did have towards the bottom, the third from the bottom paragraph has some changes in it. 3 days, although minutes, we made it even earlier. And we included a few more cross-references. So. If there's no discussion, Mary, are you looking for that? Because I don't have every time I.
Yeah, Member Stein has a question.
Oh, good.
Thanks for all these great updates. I just had a question about the paragraph we were just discussing, which comes right after the red text that starts the agenda. So that next sentence, if they're not available, and then it's that clause, like understanding that sometimes extenuating circumstances may, I'm just wondering what sort of things we're imagining, like where the limit is there. Like, obviously, I'm thinking in my head about some sort of quick action we need to take, or it turns out there's a field trip and we're not going to meet again and we're just finding out about it and you'd want to have to pass something, you get that on short notice. But like, are there any limits around what the extenuating circumstances are, or kind of wondering how the committee was thinking about extenuating circumstances?
Well, if it's a lot to read and you've gotten it a day or two before, I think it becomes pretty obvious. If it just got snuck into there a day or two before, but it's a one-page warrant or something, if you can do it quickly, then do it quickly.
Use the word reasonable.
Yeah, this was language that was suggested by Layla.
I mean, I would say that extenuating circumstances would need to be explained at the meeting, and then the committee would decide whether they feel like they're going or not.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because
Trying to think of the language where we would, how we would phrase it, or where we would.
I don't know, you need to do that because that's sort of the way we operate. If something got up in there, a person who's concerned, who hasn't had a chance to look, brings it up in the discussion and says, and we talk about it and vote.
Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of saying if our policy is that if someone objects to it, we'll take a vote to decide, we should just put that in the policy. If we're saying like that's what our practice is and that's our policy, we should just add it in the policy.
So, let's see.
Does that make sense, Member Gazy? Do you want me to add that?
Sure, do it, maybe at the end of
that sentence.
If a member has not had time to review the materials, they can bring the matter to a vote. They can ask for a vote.
They can ask for the item to be tabled?
They
Is that?
can ask for the item to be tabled and the committee will vote on it.
Is that what you were talking about, Member Stein?
Yeah, but it was connected to the paragraph further down because it would only apply, if I was following the mayor, it's only really going to apply to those materials that don't get into the packet 3 days prior, right?
Right.
So it's, so at the top here, though, where it is now, it's not clear that, it just says review the materials. It's not clear that it's the specific materials that have been added after the 3 business days that are subject to this provision.
Yeah, so down in the third to last paragraph.
Third to last.
Third, right?
The agenda together with supporting materials?
If the related agenda items might be pushed, so I'm right. Can you see my cursor right there?
Some extenuating circumstances may require an agenda item to be discussed more expediently.
Yeah, so this, the front half of that is, if supported or not made available by that time. Right?
Yeah.
We're only talking about those that a member would say, I haven't had enough time. We're not talking about
Right.
things that, you're right, yeah. So it would come right at the, where Holly's cursor is where that text would go.
Yes.
But that's true of any agenda item at all.
He wants us to say that we'll vote on it.
But I'm saying that it's not just items that were only added within, like, less than 3 days before the meeting. It also has, we've tabled the budget till the next time because we just had more discussion that we wanted to have on it, even if the materials had been available for 5 or 7 days or what have you. And not just on this committee, like the previous term as well. So we can make a note Oh, wait, sorry, this is for voting tonight. I was just trying to move us forward.
I was just saying, like, but including it here doesn't prevent us from doing those other votes. This is just to say, in this policy, in this way, if we're spelling out these details, should spell out, if we're saying, well, actually, in practice, what we're gonna do is anyone who has an issue with stuff put in the packet 3 days prior, who hasn't had time, can make a vote, then just, if that's our policy, put it in the policy. It doesn't preclude us from not taking up other things for other reasons.
Sure, I'm just saying it seems superfluous.
I mean, it's the details of what you're supposed to do in the circumstance. It's like, if we're saying that's the policy, put it in the policy.
Yep.
I don't think that it's necessary, because that's the practice for everything that we could vote on, therefore it's the practice for this as well.
By the same logic, though, we've had an understanding that it's 3 days prior, so why are we putting that in here? Why are we putting any of these details in if it's just the practice or the expectation?
No, I'm not saying it's just a practice, I'm saying that that's Robert's Rules of Order.
Right, but we don't adopt everything in Robert's Rules of Order. You can't vote by proxy, you can't do all sorts of things that are in Robert's Rules of Order.
Mike,
We
what
voted to adopt all of
Okay,
those.
but Mike, I guess I'm not seeing why this is important. How about that? I don't, not having it in there, I don't think actually harms anything. And the more you put into a policy, honestly, the less people will read it.
So I guess next year, when there's a different committee, and someone says, I don't want this to be taken up because it was just put in yesterday, and everyone says, too bad, so sad, and they have no policy to look at this, actually, you have a right to request a vote. I mean, it might matter in that case.
They could just move to postpone it to the next meeting.
Which is exactly what has happened on numerous occasions over the past several years, without that in the policy.
Can I jump in? I just think that the idea of common practice being memorialized in a policy resonates with me. Because if there are more people who come in and we're all saying, oh, this is how we've always done it, without that institutional memory, having language in a policy helps people see this is how this can be done.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, why not put it in? I'm totally open to the answer to that.
Sure, I was about to put it in, and then my brain froze, and nobody said something that made sense, and I just wanted to move us along. So if somebody could say the sentence, I'll put it in there. As I said, it doesn't seem that important to me.
Mike, you got any ideas here on the sentence?
Say the sentence. And we can come back to this if you need to write up the sentence and maybe email it to us, because I think that's one thing that would be really helpful, especially for rules and for policies, is if people have changes that they want to see, if you can write them down ahead of time so that you can just send them to the clerk and send them to the chair so that they can actually be put in and not, confused.
I would prefer to take the vote on both policies now instead of jumping around the agenda, but.
Understood.
Wouldn't it be better to say?
I can't hear what's actually being said.
Member Miller was starting to say something.
I was just saying, I was watching Mike's edits, and I'm thinking, if a member does not have time to review supporting materials added after 3 business days, they can request or make a motion, isn't that right, to make a motion to table the item to another meeting? And then we'd have to vote on that.
Yeah. How does that look? I like that last sentence.
I think the issue is that I didn't realize that it was being edited because you weren't suggesting. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you didn't say the words as they were being written. So what was,
There it is.
did you want, what was added was, if a member does not have time to review supporting materials added after 3 business days, they can make a motion to table the item to another meeting.
Okay.
Sounds good. Is there any further discussion?
I call for that.
Sorry.
Okay. I do, could you just briefly explain to me the section that was added that's in blue, that says the school committee may discuss topics in a different order than listed and vote on an issue related to the agenda item if the need to vote naturally flows from the discussion? Could you briefly explain to me the impetus for that? And I just want to make sure that that was checked by Layla, because I want to understand what that actually means.
That was Layla's language.
Yeah.
That was Layla's language? Okay.
That was Layla's language relaying to us changes that have been made. And
I have to say,
It's
that
referenced
sounds
in the
very
open meeting law,
loosey-goosey.
Dean's office. I've seen it in writing as well.
yeah.
What was that?
It's referenced in writing on the open meeting law, because I've seen it as well. I remember we had this discussion several months ago, and I did contact the AG and was informed of that. It is a natural sequence and a natural flow, so that's interpreted at the meeting. If it's something entirely new and different, and it's not on the agenda, it's not noted on the agenda, that's an exception, and you wouldn't be able to do it. But if there's a question that leads to another question, you want to talk about it, that's all right.
And what about vote on it?
That is a very good question.
The way we
It says,
understand.
and vote on an issue.
I think what that meant in terms of rules and policy was vote for a referral to rules and policy, so that, you know, the chair has not given, say, well, say you're working on the dress, or public's right to know, came out of the other policy that we did, let me look, which was, minutes,
So while you're looking, I'll just say, so my concern is, as it's written right here, that it strikes me as vague, and that it could be interpreted that if you sort of flow to another topic that you say has some relation to it, you could then call for a vote on something that wasn't noticed on the agenda, which I wouldn't be comfortable with.
no, I understood it to be if, for instance, if you were working on the KDD, which is News Media Relations, which we did, and that affects the KDB, which is the public's right to know, you can ask for the referral, as you realize in the meeting, for that to go to rules and policy for looking at, even though you didn't bring it up that you wanted that referral.
I totally get that example, and I think it's a great example, but as it's written here, it's not specific to like policies connecting to other policies. It could be like any item on the agenda could then kind of birth another item on the agenda for which a vote could be taken, even though it was not noticed with 48 hours and subject to open meeting law.
Okay? Have you got a better idea?
Yeah, I mean, it says issue related to the agenda item, so is there a different phrase that you would feel more comfortable with?
I mean, if we're really only trying to have this be about policies, could we just make it specific about policies?
It wasn't intended to only be about policies. I mean, that wasn't how Layla presented it to us. maybe an issue closely related.
Yeah, it just all feels very subjective, but.
Do we need to get more information from Layla on this and come back?
Perhaps, I'm trying to text her as we speak.
Okay.
Because that's just my concern, is that we could then open ourselves up to a complaint that we hadn't actually had something on the agenda. That then not only was discussed, but actually was voted upon. And the public would have had no reasonable notice that it was going to be discussed, which is the standard for open meeting law. She's looking up the open meeting law determinations, so we could kind of move on from this and come back.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
So then,
Did you want to do the
first one.
the first one, the minutes one with the changes?
Yeah, she's requesting that we hold that one, the agenda till June. So let's go ahead and, if there's no further discussion, we'll do a roll call on BEDG. And then we'll take up BEDB in June.
Did you need a motioner and a seconder on that?
BEDG, are we that?
BEDG, which is minutes.
We're going to vote on that.
Yeah.
BEDB, which is on the agenda.
I know, I got that. No, I wanted to know what we're moving to.
BEDG.
Got it.
Did anybody make a motion? Motion?
Did somebody make a motion?
Nobody did yet.
So is it, make a motion to approve the
BEDG.
policy BEDG?
Yes.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion on BEDG? Seeing none, roll call please.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna? Oops. Member Agna?
Hold on. She can't unmute, maybe?
Now, yes. Thank you.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein? Member Stein? You're the final vote?
I don't see him. All right, don't hear him.
Are you an abstention, Member Stein?
He might have
Just step away for a moment.
Should we wait?
No. I think, so that was the final vote? Okay. Moving on next to C, Budget and Property Subcommittee and Member Goldman.
Thank you. Let's see. We had our Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting yesterday. We discussed the fiscal year '24 budget, which, just looking at the actual approved looking at what was voted and approved to see a final format of the budget, and those documents will be shared with the committee in preparation for next month's meeting. So I urge everyone to just have an eye out for that. You'll get a large collection of cost center documents for each cost center and you'll be able to review those in preparation for the discussion about the budget, because we are interested in continuing to having an ongoing conversation about the budget as we move into the coming months, and into for the fall.
What is coming, warrants are coming our way?
Well, just that the,
Early next week, right?
what's coming early next week?
I think you said at the meeting
Yes.
that they would get it then.
They'll come next week, the week of May 15th. The documents, we've requested the documents be distributed to all committee members the week of May 15th in preparation for the June meeting. So instead of 3 to 7 days before the meeting, you will receive these documents 3 to 4 weeks ahead of time, so that you can find a time to kind of sit down and wrap your head around what the budget is. It would be helpful. And then if you have questions, please ask Bobby. That's the best way for this to kind of work, is then she can understand a collection of questions so that she can include them in her presentation, and she'll have time to really, finesse the answers to provide a really comprehensive picture of the budget that we've approved and that we'll be working with moving forward. I know that's not on here, but I just wanted to put that piece in. We talked about school start time, and though it seems that the current start times at all the schools will continue to be the start times, it's also makes sense for us to have a discussion about actually what the home for start time is for this issue, which was in an ad hoc subcommittee and then moved to budget and property. And so I believe we also decided to move that to the June discussion. Let me check here for notes on what is added to the next meeting. Yeah.
So you don't want to,
Yeah, I don't think we need, I don't think it's pressing to discuss it now. I mean, we can discuss it now if you'd like to.
Can I,
Not the home of it, but just keeping the school start time the same.
Well, there's a vote on the agenda.
Yeah, I see that.
So then, not till later.
So we need to vote on it today.
I mean, it's on the agenda, but
Yeah.
it's not on the agenda until later.
No, it's on the agenda right here.
It is
yeah,
right
it's
there.
right
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
right under the Budget and Property Subcommittee.
it says,
so you
Yeah.
want to table
Possible
that?
vote,
You want to
discussion
make a
of
motion to
possible
table
vote.
that?
Sorry, everyone's talking at once.
Sorry.
Member Davis, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is the thought that perhaps we don't need to vote if we're allowed to make that decision? I don't know, because it's on here, but is your thought that we don't need to maybe vote on it because for now, it looks like that's what it's going to be for the fall, and so it's not pressing in that same way, because it's not imminently going to change, even if we said, oh no, let's change it back, or change it to such and such.
We had a discussion about this at the last meeting
Yeah.
and decided to postpone it till this meeting.
Right.
So do we need to have a discussion tonight,
Yeah.
Because we said we would.
the first of many?
I can't see people's faces, so it's like you're nodding.
Oh, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I cannot see. You are so far away on the screen. Now I see you, Member Casey.
I was impressed the last time when you presented the stuff about the fact that it seems to be working out. I think it's an issue where you're always going to have people on both sides, but with the recent, this is an issue that's been going on for 20 years, and we just keep getting more and more stuff about the positive benefits for our high school students having the later start time, you know, as much as the problems that it causes for daycare for our elementaries who are starting at 8 and getting out at 2 and sort of doing the workday, I'm inclined to keep it at least for another year and see if we can work out the athletic part and stuff rather than throwing it all out and having to start over. I'd rather sort of keep it as it is for this year, tweak it, see if the tweaks help, and then look at it again next year. So that would be my thought.
Okay. Thank you. Member Robbins.
Thank you. I asked last time about the possibility, because I'd been approached by constituents about flipping the start time for the middle school and the high school. And I think there's a bus and transportation question around it, but I did check in with some of the folks who were working on this before, and I would like to know more about that. I'd like to know what the numbers are. It could make a difference in the after-school challenges for athletics at the high school, and it might be something that middle school was interested in talking about. I don't think it was on the survey. I don't think we asked that question. I did look at it. We didn't ask it. Do you remember that?
That's right, we didn't ask that.
And I think there were also questions about, did we talk to administrators about how it's working for them, and did we talk about other staff in the building? So there's more that I'm personally pretty curious about in terms of making such, it's a great piece for people to have a sleep in, for kids to be able to come more aware, and those are all the assumptions from the science that we looked at, but I would be really interested to know how that's working for parents and teachers and for administrators, and whether there is a possibility still of some dynamics between thinking about the middle school and the high school start time.
Does anyone have an answer on the transportation component? I don't know if Dr. Carson Campbell, you do. I don't see Tammy yet. But could someone answer that?
I believe Tammy, there was a reason why. I think it's between high school and elementary, but Tammy had more in her report. She provided information regarding the administrative effect of it, but she's out sick this week, so you might have to table it because she had more information regarding it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Member Sarah Cox.
Yeah, I would just second what Member Gazy was saying, and I think I don't have to say anything more. Use brevity, isn't that?
Okay, Member Agnew. Can we make Member Agnew a co-host, please?
Now I can, it just happened again. I think it's a late date to be doing this, and I think that Tammy, Transportation Coordinator person, did say that it was too late to begin to have any of these conversations, and she's not here to echo that, so hopefully that was my memory. And my memory was also from last time is that we would go forward with one more year of this and also begin early in the fall to speak with administrators and look at what educational impact this might have had for the last 2 years. And as Member Gazy said, there are votes on both sides, and it's not going to come down to a vote. I really don't think so. I think it has to come down to the educators. And knowing that we're constricted by the budget so that we can't provide what we necessarily think is educationally sound, but we're trying to work toward that within the 3-tier bus system. So I just would petition that either we table it or we vote to continue for one more year with the intention that we will get together on this, whether it's the home is budgeted property or the home is rules and policy or the home is in the alt. where they are the ones that are going to really understand, and the impact is going to be on their schools, and they are the educational leaders in this. So that's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Miller.
I don't have a whole lot to add to that. That pretty much said what I wanted to say, except the only other thing was be included in when you say talking to administrators. I agree with that. And in particular, I think we need to have some understanding from staff, faculty, and administrators at the high school about whether there's any room to move flex time to accommodate athletes. And there's so much to this that I hate to, we can't do anything about it now.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis.
My thought regarding what Member Gazy said of, that there can be tweaks in this next year. And my first thought was that it would be our job, or someone's job, maybe it's our job or some committee's job, to very concretely say what tweaks we're talking about, who's going to work on them, make a date for when we want them done. Even though some of the issues that have come up that are messy, like the example that is always used about the athletes that are impacted in the high school, just as an example. I feel like I've said this before, but maybe it was just in my head, that is not a small thing. I think that's enormous, and that is a problem that must be fixed. And I don't know the answer, but that would be for the tweaking people on whatever committee that lands, and the community members that have said they're paying additional money for childcare because school gets out so early. That's a pretty big deal for an extra hour or two of childcare. So I would want us to be really concrete about what we're going to try to fix and make this so that it works. Because not having enough money for lots of buses is easier. That's not going to happen, right? That transportation piece. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Member Levy.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to say a conglomerate of what's been said, but hopefully not in a way that's just repeating what everybody has said. I was actually surprised to see this on the agenda because we discussed this last month. And I agree with the questions that Member Robbins is raising. I think they're really important questions that need to be answered and need to be answered with data. And to what folks have said, that needs to happen next year, and it should happen early next year, so that, like when I say next year, like early in the fall, so that if there are going to be any changes, that decision can be made early enough to prepare people. But I want to echo what other folks have said, and this is what I said last month when we discussed this, which is that Member Goldman and I had connected with Principal Worley, and the notion that there can be creative thinking here, that to address the major issue of athletics, and I agree with Member Davis that it is a major issue. The amount of class time that athletes are missing is not acceptable and has to be addressed. But it doesn't necessarily need to be addressed by changing schedules. It could potentially be addressed by the creative thinking at the high school. And I would love to hear from them what their ideas are that could address that. And so that, to the point that you made, Member Davis, that is something I would love to hear feedback on soon, so that we know that that's being addressed, even though we're not changing the start times. I'm going to vote to not change the start times for the coming year. I do hope that there will be changes made to address those issues, perhaps as early as the coming year. I think those are all the things that I wanted to say to sum up what other folks are saying. So yes to data, yes to asking hard questions for the conversation that I think needs to take place next year, because I agree with folks, this is not a time to make any major changes to the schedule. I do want to note, I will just second, looking at the amount of money spent on aftercare times for the elementary school. And I hope that the conversation that I brought up earlier about beginning to talk with elementary school teachers and NAICS about thinking about lengthening the school day for the elementary school, I hope that that's a conversation that can also be had soon. I know that that has negotiating and yeah, bargaining implications, and I still think it's something that should be addressed, given how much shorter the elementary school day is here compared to just about every district.
Okay, thank you. Member Levy, Member Robbins.
Did you mean, did she see your hand up?
I don't.
Yeah.
It's okay, you go ahead, she called on you.
Yeah, so thank you for pointing this. So those of you who are in the room, unless you have the Zoom screen on, I can't see you at all, because like I'm seeing a very zoomed out view of you. So, Member Goldman, if you have your hand up, not only am I seeing a zoomed out view of you, I'm seeing the back of your head. So,
I know, this side is like.
So raise your this.
I know, I have my hand up. I have my hand.
She's gonna talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you're on Zoom.
I'm not spending a lot of time on, I am all in support of hybrid mode today, and I'm so happy everyone could be here, including people who are sick, and I am happy to raise my hand. And wait my turn.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Meg.
I'm gonna go then, all right? I'm just gonna go. I gave you a chance. I would like to, and I'm not sure how to put all this together in a motion, so I'll need a little bit of help for this, is to say that we will approve extending the start time as it is for another year, that we appoint or we volunteer a couple of people from this group to pick up the mantle and start really early. I mean, it could start now, thinking about how we move forward through the summer possibly, and then the fall, about asking those questions and getting the data that we need, I think, to have around the transportation, around how it's working for administrators, the cost for daycare, all of those things that are still out there, and that we might be able to be creative about, and that the creative working with the high school piece of it be referred to the curriculum committee, because we were going to meet with Dr. Worley, hopefully, at our next meeting anyway, to talk about some other issues, and maybe we could get an update on that from the high school at that point about what they're thinking. So is that too much for one motion? What?
I was asking if that was a motion.
Well, is that?
Member Robbins, if you will look at, if you will get into the voting record and see if the motion is correct, that will be really helpful.
Where's the voting record?
It's in the packet.
So this is what it says here: to approve extending start time the way it is for the coming year, appoint a group of people to.
I didn't quite get that.
Work. What's that?
I didn't get that part.
Appoint a group to begin working now on. Help me out, Member Robbins.
Now on exploring the issues and acquiring the data, or acquiring relevant data.
And then the third component was to refer to the curriculum subcommittee a conversation with Principal Worley.
Yep. Well done, thank you very much. I didn't even see this thing. It's great.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Yeah.
Seconded by Member Stein. There's, may I suggest something, or there's something that actually I was gonna ask for, which is sort of similar but a little bit different as well, which is I was gonna ask, Member Goldman and anyone else who wouldn't be, who wouldn't form a quorum with Member Goldman, to point people to bring Dr. Bonner up to speed on this issue, when she begins in July. So from the school committee perspective, I'm sure she'll get many other perspectives, but I think as this is something that's been before the school committee, or many generations of school committees have discussed this, it would be important to sort of bring her up to speed on it from this side of the situation.
I'd be happy to join in on that. I don't think Member Goldman and I create any kind of quorum.
Okay. Member Goldman, would you be willing to do that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so there's a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Member Stein.
Member Stein. And, okay, Member Serapikakis to the motion?
Yes, I just want to, appoint a group of people is very vague. So I wonder if maybe.
2 members of the committee.
Oh, so it's a group of
Yeah.
school committee
Yeah,
members?
yes, yeah.
Well, should we say appoint a subcommittee or a,
I
yeah.
mean, if the curriculum subcommittee is having a conversation with Principal Worley already, would, why not take that portion of it as well?
Do I speak on behalf of the curriculum subcommittee? Can I do that? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, sure. All right, yeah.
So,
So it's that the curriculum subcommittee that it's referred to the curriculum subcommittee to explore the issues, and then you can keep going with that part.
to approve extending start time the way it is for the coming year, have the curriculum subcommittee begin working on exploring the issues and acquiring relevant data, and a conversation with Principal Worley be referred to the school curriculum subcommittee. It's a little wordy.
And have a conversation with Principal Worley. I think you can take out the last 5 words.
Okay, so Member Goldman, is your hand up anew or still up from before when
I have not yet had the opportunity to speak
Oh
to
my
what I
goodness,
raised
that's
my
true.
hand for in the first place.
That is an
That's what
excellent
that
point.
hand is
Member
for.
Goldman.
Okay. I'll lower my hand. Thank you. I support a vote to keep the current school time as it is, and I very much look forward to meeting with another school committee member. It sounds like it'll be Member Levy, who is on the curriculum subcommittee, right? I was going to want to definitely work with someone on the subcommittee to sort of actually map out this project from its beginning. There were many obstacles to having this process of gathering information be straightforward and sound. And there have been so many transitions since then that I think it really warrants keeping on the table and creating a very organized way of identifying all the questions, all the components, and how to collect all that data, and with the, sort of milestones and the timeline. That didn't happen previously, and so it's quite muddled, and also it's very clear that there are so many pieces that are components of this, and the start time change very much because of my advocacy moved through very quickly, and I see that there were that it moved through too quickly. There's so much about it I mean, I feel good about the timing because of many components. It did make sense, but there's just so much impacted by this, and there's a way to now work with that. And so I'm really looking forward. I know a lot of pieces, and I know how I would do it, and I'm looking forward to working with someone to just sort of map it out. And I think we don't need 1,000 decisions to be made now. We need to start just sticking with it in a systematic way and not moving too quickly also. And also, you know, we're coming into a lot of all the new faces on the alt team that have a lot of important information to convey, not to mention really taking time to look through all the comments from the educators who responded and other, you know, stakeholders, of course. And I was going to call the question, but now there are so many hands up, so I will not do that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Goldman. Member Miller.
I was just, first of all, I wanted to understand, is there a motion on the table?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that motion just to further this discussion? What is the current motion?
To approve extending start time the way it is for the coming year, have the curriculum subcommittee begin working now on exploring the issues and acquiring relevant data, and have a conversation with Principal Worley.
Okay. So I guess my only question is, I agree with Member Goldman that there is so much information to be gathered, and I guess I'm questioning, is that all happening? I just don't know, understand. Is that all going to happen on the curriculum subcommittee? Is that the group that's going to examine this whole question? Or is there going to be, are we going to set up some kind of a group to address this? Or is it all going to be at the curriculum subcommittee?
The motion is for it to be at the curriculum subcommittee that then would report back to the full committee.
Okay.
Like a data gathering.
May I respond to that?
I don't know who said that, but sure. Is that Member Goldman? Yes.
Yes. Sorry. If you don't know, then it's probably me.
I guess it's true.
I don't recommend referring this to a subcommittee at this time until we sort of, Member Levy and I have a chance to sort of draw out all the pieces and then bring it back to the full committee. I think this is something that can touch back with the full committee a little bit before, to make a decision about the plan on how to move forward and then go forward with that plan.
Okay, I just wanted to finish my thing that I agree with that, because I think that's a lot to put on one subcommittee, number one. Number two, I think that there may be more of us interested in being involved in research or whatever, that, you know, I don't know that it just has to be the people on that subcommittee. It's great that they're starting that. It's wonderful that they're meeting with the principal of the high school. I think that's terrific, but I just don't know that it all should happen there.
Okay, thank you. Member Levy.
Thanks. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, just to clarify the motion, and that is to add some words to the end, to have a conversation with Principal Worley to address current issues at the high school. Maybe that's too vague, current issues at the high school regarding athletics and missed classes. I do think that portion is appropriate to be with the curriculum subcommittee. Whether folks think that the curriculum subcommittee should be the ones thinking about collecting data and asking questions, that's up to the committee. But when I think about the curricular impact, it makes sense to me that it be at that at that, with that group. I mean, we could think about this from every subcommittee, and I do think that, yes, it needs to come back to the whole committee, once data has been gathered, but that there does need to be a subgroup thinking about this and working on this, and doing this as a whole committee is not really feasible. So, the friendly amendment, I can't remember who the motion maker was, I think it was Member Robbins. The friendly amendment, again, is to add to the, oh, you got it on there already. To address current issues at the high school regarding athletics and missed classes or missed time in, missed academic time. It's fine, but that's my friendly amendment offer.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the conflict between the end of school and the start of athletics, but the wording of this works for me. I accept the friendly amendment. I see that Member Agna has a comment.
Yep. Member Agna?
I'd like to echo what Member Miller was saying, that it feels like this is big, and maybe more now that Member Levy has narrowed it for what Principal Worley is going to be speaking with the subcommittee about. I still am concerned, and I would echo what the mayor has said, that Superintendent Bonner needs to be caught up on this, and I'm glad that Member Levy and Member Goldman are going to be helping her get caught up on this, but I am concerned that we're, as we often do, and I appreciate you, Principal Worley, in the high school, but we're focusing on the high school, and we always focus on the high school. And I think that this issue has such implications and impact on all the children in Northampton schools. That is curriculum, that is social emotional, that is well-being, it's everything. And that's why it feels very big to me, that we need to do this very carefully. I'm looking forward to leadership on this. I think that Superintendent Bonner needs to be brought into this conversation right away. And she will be meeting with the ALT when she comes together. We will be having a retreat. She's talked about having a retreat with the school committee and with the ALT. So I guess I'm not so sure that I think that it's important for us to tackle this, except in terms of bringing Superintendent Bonner up to speed and then getting a handle on it early on. And I think that August or September is not too late to begin to have this conversation in a very carefully organized way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no further comments, Member Miller, yeah?
I just have a really quick one, which is that, for example, in exploring this and this issue and bringing Dr. Bonner up to speed, I just think also that someone is going to have to look at a history of this topic and how many years of school committees have been debating this issue. And that I think some of that material needs to be looked at as part of this process, because it's been debated and discussed for centuries. So I just think that that's part of the process, is looking through that history.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one of the things that I asked Member Levy and Member Goldman to go over with Dr. Bonner, so that she understood that history as she walked into this situation. Okay, Member Stein.
Just briefly, I wanted to support the motion. I think it's really important that Dr. Bonner is brought up to speed and that the ALT is involved in this conversation. But time and again, we have a lot of issues, big important issues that go on and on and on, and we don't really have a plan, and no one's responsible for them. And there are gonna be about 8 million things Dr. Bonner's gonna have as a top priority when she arrives. And I fear that if we don't put the things in place to get the data we need and to do the evaluation we need now, it's just not gonna happen. And we're gonna be back here next spring, or some version of this body will be here back next spring, passing another motion to do it for another year, and talking about how we wanna figure out how we might do things differently again. It's a pattern, right? So I'm in favor. I don't know if I would have picked the curriculum committee for all of it, but if they're willing to take it on and move it forward, I'll certainly support that. Yeah, I just think, we're gonna talk about the green room later, but like, there's so many of these things that we have that just go on and on and on, and don't really have any action. We gotta start taking responsibility as a committee, and not waiting for people to come in and figure it out for us. So, I'm in support of this. I think we gotta make some progress, and, I support the motion.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Miller? Member Miller?
Yes, with the friendly amendment.
Yes.
It's in there. Member Goldman?
I'm sorry, I am looking at the motion, and it's saying that this is that the curricular subcommittee is working on this, or they're only addressing current issues with the principal at the high school?
I mean, it says exploring the issues and acquiring relevant data.
Okay. No.
Member Agnew?
No.
Member Davis?
I'm asking, when is the time that I'm allowed to ask a question about, to clarify, just like,
I think that the mayor can decide that.
if I don't understand, do I just say no if I don't understand something?
Well, if you don't, so no is a no vote on the motion.
Okay.
Do you need something clarified on the motion?
I need something clarified.
Okay.
And that is, I thought that we said that Member Levy and Member Goldman were going to be,
Talking
That was
about
part of the motion, that was sort of a request that I made.
So that's just going to happen. It doesn't need to be in the motion.
that's going to happen anyway, or no?
Yeah.
So then my question is there redundant activities going to be happening? Because that's not good. That would be my thought.
So my request to Member Bowman, and Member Levy said she would also join on, is to get Dr. Bonner up to speed on this issue in July when she arrives. Because, since this is something that we're going to be exploring, next year, there's a very long history around it.
Right.
So
So you weren't suggesting that they were the data gatherers, that's the curricula.
No, I was just trying to make sure that this was, from the school committee perspective, was covered with Dr. Bonner.
I gotcha. Okay.
So you're up for vote. Or we can come back to it.
Can we come back to me?
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Daisy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
And Member Levy? Oops.
Yes.
And back to you, Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay. So, Member Goldman, you have another topic, which is organic grounds maintenance. How fast do you think this conversation will be? I'm just mindful that
I know.
here.
Yes.
And, I would
I can
love
wait.
to be able to
Yeah.
go to.
Yeah.
I have something to add to it, though. Let's. To your next thing, I'd like to have a short piece for it, could we?
Yeah,
For
so
what?
going to.
We're going to come back to it, to turf. We'll come back to turf.
Tonight.
Okay,
Yes.
so is it okay if we will skip down to ad hoc exit interview subcommittee and discussion of the Green Room report, and then we'll go back up to the second part of budget and property?
Okay.
Okay, hi, Lena. Oh, hold on, there you go.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
I guess I'll just get started. I don't have very much to share. It's been sort of brief. The ad hoc group hasn't met recently since I last spoke to the school committee, though we do have a meeting scheduled for later this month, week of the 22nd. I'm just here to speak again about the study implications and recommendations for improving the racial diversity of the educator workforce. This was submitted by Danielle Phillips and Greta Schultz to the school committee. Now, almost a year ago, last June, that has been something the ad hoc exit interview subcommittee group has been using to guide some discussions, and something that we really want to reach a broader audience. There's been some discussion in the group about doing some kind of district-wide reading group and involving, I'm aware that there's different school committee members who've been reading it and really thinking actively about it and reflecting on it. And so I'm just sort of saying again what an important document that is and how much we're holding the implications written into it for systematized data collection as we continue our ad hoc work and think more about what that process might look like in the district.
Thank you. Could you say a little bit more about the reading group that you're talking about having?
Sure. This was something that Meg Robbins and I had talked about a little bit too, and other members had expressed interest in, some kind of optional reading group open to all community members, staff, and caregivers, just to sort of read and talk about the study in parts, kind of like we've done as an ad hoc group, just in a larger way, which we would want to make sure it was done by some kind of paid facilitator and was really able to reach a wider audience. I'm feeling hopeful about it. I'm curious to hear thoughts from the school committee about that.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
Yeah, thank you for keeping the issue going and all the work you're doing organizing the interest in discussing the report and thinking about ways to bring an audience of it forward. I agree that it's really important. I sort of have a technical question because I can't remember what we've done in the past, and it relates to what would be helpful for the work that you're doing. And I'm wondering, I think that the ad hoc committee on exit interviews did a great job and continues to do a great job. And I'm very excited that you're looking at this piece as well. I just can't remember if we being the school committee, refer like a piece or all of this to the ad hoc exit interview committee, and if we should, and if that would be helpful. So that's the part I don't know. So I just wanted to ask. I can't remember. I guess two things. Like, have we done that? And then would it be helpful if we did? And what was done?
I guess other than like that being part of our job, like the goal of the group being to set up or organize something like that. Is that the question? I don't think that has been officially stated.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy you're doing it. I just wonder if we can.
Right, I want to do it too, and I want to make sure that I'm like I'm allowed to, I guess, a little bit too, and that there's support behind it. I don't know anything about where funding would come from for the facilitator of that group, for example. I know that there's some work with the collaborative, through the Collaborative for Educational Services, but I don't know any specifics about that.
Yeah, I guess I'm stuck too because I've been trying to push forward certain pieces of this for the committee to take out instead of the whole thing and make some votes and action on. And that hasn't happened. I don't know if we have plans as a committee to do anything. And if you guys are running with it, I would like you, if there's momentum where there's energy, I would make a motion to what's the right word? I would make a motion to have the ad hoc exit interview subcommittee or committee take a look at continue to take a look at the Green River report, conduct reading groups and other community engagement around the issues and the suggestions raised, and come back to the school committee with reports about what they're finding and suggestions they have for us to implement elements of that review.
Did you get all that?
Well, I think that we have an ad hoc subcommittee meeting coming up later in the month. We just did a doodle for it, and that's probably already on the agenda, I would say. Wouldn't you agree, Lena?
Sure, like doing this community engagement project.
Right, and we don't have a vote on the agenda for that, for what Member Stein said, but, maybe we could do it anyway, but I think it's a little redundant. I mean, that could be something that, I think that's something that the subcommittee already wants to do.
Well, one of
I guess it might be useful to have that named as part of the
Like we just delegated other ones to the curriculum committee. We're delegating this work to this committee.
Okay, Member Stein, will you state your motion again?
Sure, I'll try. My motion is to refer the Green River report to the exit interview ad hoc committee to provide regular updates to the committee on their work engaging the community around the suggestions of the report and conducting a reading group to support further conversations about the suggestions.
Okay, if you're in the document, conducting reading group, can you take a look?
Sure,
Because I missed a little.
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
I'll look it up right now.
Updates on their,
I'm trying to find the right power.
I think you got to scroll down.
It's reloading for me, okay. Could I get edit access?
Why don't you just tell me and I'll write it in?
Sure.
So to refer the Green River.
Updates to the school committee, conduct outreach to the community about the recommendations of the report.
To the school community or just the community?
The community. And facilitate a reading group related to your report.
Am I spelling that right? Facilitate. I know I did not, so maybe I did. A reading group.
Related to the report.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Does that mean that one of the members of the ad hoc executive subcommittee would be facilitating it, or we would be finding a person?
That's a great question. It's pretty vague. I think you guys can decide, or even bring back if you needed to find someone in capacity that can help with, you could bring it back.
Okay, so, was there a second?
No.
I will second it, but I'm also going to ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay, do you want to do that now? Just get it in
Yeah,
there.
and a brief discussion about it, which is that it seems, this is a great motion, but we've already done a lot of that work on the ad hoc exit interview subcommittee, and we did make a recommendation to this committee about what we would like the next step to be, which is we recommended that we fund a consultant to work with the members of the ALT team, or principals in school, to begin to conduct exit interviews for staff who are leaving. And that's kind of in limbo. Understandably, the budget is also still in limbo, but it's something that we're really, I believe the group is really actively saying this is a very important step to take for our community. We need to go forward with that, and that the idea of having reading groups about the Green River report was really a community-wide piece, because we talk about it all the time, but we have not had a chance in schools or in the community to really look at what those specific challenges were for the folks who were interviewed in that report, nor has there been a follow-up to it. And if we did have a facilitator, which I think we've already talked about in the committee, it would need to be a funded position. And so part of this would, perhaps for the friendly amendment, would include, if we're going to bring back an update to the school committee and we're going to facilitate a reading group related to the report, it would be around appealing to the school committee for funding for that position.
I'm definitely going to accept your friendly amendment. I'm thinking of the best way to incorporate it based on what you shared about where things stand. I would say we're still going to officially refer the report to the ad hoc exit interview committee to provide regular updates to the school committee. Do you want to strike conduct outreach to the community, or leave those parts but add the element about the facilitator?
No, I think that's okay.
Okay, and then I guess at the end I would add, do you have a quote yet, or a ballpark figure of how much money it would cost to have a facilitator?
I would actually say that we would be, if we do a facilitator, I would encourage it to be a faculty member, and there is a set fee for stipends, I think, or not a set fee, but a general fee for stipends to faculty members to do this work. So I don't know what that number is, yeah.
Okay, providing a stipend to a faculty member to facilitate, how do you want to specify the facilitation?
I don't know that we can, because we haven't talked about it.
Okay, let's see, that's fine. Faculty member to facilitate the implementation of the report's recommendations.
Okay.
Or to facilitate suggestions on how to implement it?
I think facilitate a reading group related to the report, that maybe the end of that would read, and bring back those learnings to the larger school committee. How's that?
But we still want the stipend, right?
Yeah, you got to put it in there.
Okay, and facilitate a reading group related to the report by a stipend-funded faculty member.
You could just leave it at that, I think, that's fine, because the group will report out anyway.
And I would just add a funded stipend faculty member paid by tailings the district has at the end of the fiscal year.
What was that?
Paid by tailings that the district has at the end of the fiscal year. I don't know what a stipend is, but I can't imagine it's astronomical, and I know it will have some tailings, so I'm saying that's where the money will come from the FY23.
Okay, can I go to Member Levy? Member Levy?
I'm ready. I thought that was a question to Member Robbins. I feel really uncomfortable, and I think it might be because perhaps I don't fully understand the charge of this ad hoc committee on exit interviews. My understanding is that the purpose of this committee was, in using this report, to suggest that we need to hold exit interviews, but also we had been asking for exit interviews for like years, and this was a way to sort of move that conversation forward about specifically exit interviews. And I don't want this to come off as anything less than grateful to the committee, because I am very grateful for the work, but I really kind of want to check in with you, Lena, and with others about what is the charge of this committee? Because to say that we're gonna take this massive report that has really serious implications for conversations we need to be having as district leaders, and that the alt team needs to be having as district leaders, and to say we're gonna ask the subcommittee, or this ad hoc committee, to read a report that I think they've already read, and that I think they've already discussed, and to discuss it more, and then to come back and tell us what they think we should do with it. I'm curious to hear from you, Lena, whether that sounds good to you, or whether, to me, it feels like we're shirking responsibility as a school committee, and that the school committee and the alt team need to sit down with this report, go through it, and discuss implications for pathways forward. And while I guess maybe this proposal, or this motion is to suggest that perhaps the ad hoc committee should just give us cliff notes of the report so that then we can go do that, maybe that's what this motion is asking for. I just think, again, I'm gonna use the word shirk because it feels, I'm with you all, and I feel like we're on the same page here about how incredibly important this report is, how we have to take it seriously and actually move on it. And I guess I'm questioning whether sending it back to this ad hoc committee to then bring back to us again is the way to do that. So Lena, please help me better understand whether that feels right to you, or whether that feels like, hey, school committee, like, it's actually your turn now to do something with this report.
I really appreciate that question and that check-in. I think that both should happen. I think that the alt team should discuss it, and I think the wider community should discuss it. And my sense that the spirit of this motion was this idea of reaching a broader audience and not just repeating the same discussion within our ad hoc group, but empowering the ad hoc group to spread it further and disseminate it further, which I think is a worthy goal. And I also know that the ad hoc group has asked the alt team, members of the alt team who are also in the ad hoc group, to review it as a group, and that also seems to be a little bit slow going, and that seems to me equally important as a priority. And I also will repeat what Meg said, that equally important as a priority is getting some consulting help with actually creating the structure and the system for exit interviews, and that we felt strongly that Christine Dutton would be a good candidate for that role, and so that some version of that work together can happen. And if not, that there can be really clear intentional action about starting the exit interview process in a thoughtful way. So I guess sort of my answer is yes, both, all of them. I think all of them should happen.
Okay, thank you so much. So I wonder if we can, I'm gonna offer a friendly amendment, but it's gonna be messy, because this is a really massive, this is a big motion, and I'm trying to figure out, here's what my friendly amendment is gonna be. I don't think we should ask the ad hoc exit interview subcommittee to provide regular updates to the school committee. I think we should ask the ad hoc subcommittee, I want to skip that portion that I'm going to highlight if I can, to conduct outreach to the community. I want to throw in here alt team, and maybe we need school committee in here as well, to conduct outreach. No, don't change it yet, or maybe.
I didn't get rid of anything yet.
Okay, great. Okay. So can
I suggest something, Member Levy?
Please.
I'm not sure it's gonna help, but as you were talking, it occurred to me that this could potentially be, there's been some discussion about having an alt team and school committee retreat, which had happened in the past. And this could be a good, a great way to have a retreat with those two groups focused on the report.
I think that would be fantastic. I have a slight hope for another retreat that I was going to talk about in new business, but that could be one retreat. And I think that would be really great, and perhaps the facilitator that we're gonna hire through this motion could facilitate that retreat. And perhaps the ad hoc committee members might be included as well, given their leadership.
And even vice versa, school committee members and also members coming to the community-wide project.
So the motion just talks about funding a faculty member for reading, I think reading groups, am I right? This is a very long skinny motion, it's hard to read.
Yeah, that's correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. So perhaps that facilitator could both, unless this is too much, facilitate reading groups and a retreat. But I would love to get rid of the part where the ad hoc subcommittee comes back to the school committee with reports, unless, again, that feels important. I think it's time for the school committee, as I've said, I don't know.
So I would accept parts of the friendly amendment. So I would definitely accept to conduct outreach to the community, all teams, school community, but I would say provide regular updates to the school community. And I would be happy to add in a part at the end of the retreat. I largely share your perspective, Member Levy, and my frustration is that you've been shirking your responsibility for nearly a year. We had this on as an item on our agenda on one of our retreats. We never talked about it. We never revisited having that conversation. I've asked for elements of this to be on agendas. It's just not happening. We're not getting anywhere. So it looks like there's some movement in this area, and to me it looks like better than nothing. Because I don't know that we're going to get it together to really honor our responsibility here. I haven't seen any evidence that we're going to do that or a plan. So by having them move this forward and having them give us regular updates, maybe we can begin to take some more responsibility. But it's just, it hasn't happened. And I don't really see any reason why it is going to happen on its own, the way things are going. So I think it's important that they report back. So I want to keep that, but I welcome the change on outreach to the community to include all teams, school committee members should be involved, and also to include stipend and funding for the facilitation of that joint all-school committee retreat.
Can I add another piece while I still have the floor?
Yes.
I hear you, and it is frustrating that the only time that we've talked about it has been when we've gotten reports, and I do think it needs to be on our agendas, and whether it's a retreat or an agenda item. And I feel frustrated on your behalf if you've been asking for it and it hasn't been honored or added to the agenda. I have a separate question, and that's, I just want to honor what Lena has said about the request that we move forward with exit interviews, and that we haven't moved on that, and I wonder if we need a separate motion, if we're ready for that, to come up with a process for exit interviews with the district.
We may, but why don't we finish this motion first?
Okay.
I want to go to Dr. Kristen Campbell, but Member Stein, can I just have you clarify? So first, you had requested that it be on the agenda in April, but because of the budget, we asked to push it to, or maybe it was March. In March, maybe we asked for April, we've asked to push it to May, which is why it's on the agenda today. Can you just tell me, you've mentioned a couple times that you asked for sections of it, but I don't remember specific sections being asked for, only the entire report. Can you remind me if there are sections that were requested that I don't know of?
I'll have to go back and look at the report, but what I suggested was breaking it into certain chunks. So if we were not gonna set up like an ad hoc committee as a whole body, just focusing on X element and see if we can have a deliberation and make a decision about how to move X recommendation forward. And I don't remember the one I proposed at the time to have at the March meeting, or the April meeting for March. I can't remember the timeline. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. And my idea at the time was to do sort of what Member Levy suggested, which is, it's a huge report. Let's take it up as a body, let's break it into pieces, and then vote on actions regarding these specific recommendations. And that's what I was asking for. I don't remember the exact portion of the report I thought we should start with.
Okay. Dr. Pearson Campbell.
I'm going to speak on behalf of a BIPOC superintendent and a BIPOC educator. Our all team, our school committee is predominantly white. And if you read the paper, the first few papers, it summarizes what our BIPOC educators are facing. And when I heard the list, it did not include the BIPOC, so it's like you're going around in circles. It has 3 pages worth that you can action-wise now, and you have affinity groups that are already in place. You have the BIPOC, the LGBTQ, the white affinity group. I'm just talking on behalf of you have things in place, you just have to act on it. And I am also part of the Ready Group, which is from the Department of Ed, where everybody's looking for the same minority group. And one thing I have done when I moved around the district, and I see paraprofessionals or people of color, and I said, what about coming into education? What about leadership positions? And you have it here, and you just have to act on it. So I just want to put my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Pearson. Okay, so, we have this motion on the floor. Anyone want to comment that hasn't commented yet? Okay. Here's the motion. To refer the Green River Report to the ad hoc exit interview subcommittee to conduct outreach to the community, all team provide regular updates to the school committee, and conduct outreach to the community about recommendations in the report, and facilitate a reading group related to the report by a stipend-funded faculty member paid by tailings of the district as at the end of the fiscal year from the FY23 budget.
Well, I thought we were going to add something about facilitating a retreat as well.
Yeah, I accepted that too.
Okay, where does that go?
How do you want to put that in there? And facilitating a reading group and a retreat, or do you want to put it right at the end? Could do that.
I maybe put it at the end, because we're not asking the interview subcommittee to.
Facilitate, do that, yeah.
Right, so let's put it at the end.
A retreat to,
With the alt team and school committee, yes?
Yep.
To,
Discuss how we're going to act on the recommendations.
okay.
I hope you all like my innovation
For the
here.
longest motion.
I don't know, I wouldn't say that, it's just this is the first time you can all see it.
All right, is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yep.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
And Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Member Levy, back to your other point. Do we want to put this on the agenda for the next meeting to have a larger discussion around?
Do we need to, or could we, I guess, trying to think about whether, I guess we just postpone the policy about whether relevant things can come up. It just seems like this is a part of the report that we got from Lena. And it's a part of the report that Lena has given now consistently. So I guess it's a procedural question. If we're gonna vote on it, it probably does need to be on an agenda. But does it? Can we not do it right now?
I mean, I would always be more comfortable if something was actually on the agenda. So the question is it strikes me, I worry this is more of a discussion because we have to figure out how we're going to make this happen, yes?
Yeah, okay, I get that. I'm okay putting it on the agenda for next month. I just want to make sure we honor the fact that Lena has consistently given us this report and this ask, and it's something that we asked for. But I see it, so I'll stop.
All right, Member Agnes.
Yeah, as a member of this ad hoc committee, and I really do want to acknowledge Lena's leadership in this. It's been very helpful, and tonight as well. But I agree that we need to have some time and have this on another agenda. I don't know if June is even possible, just because I'm not sure how we would propose it and what a motion would be if it was simply to have an exit interview process, because I think there are lots of people who have to be involved in developing that, because it isn't something that we would do. It's something that would involve HR, would involve schools, or, I don't know who would do it. So that's why I don't know what the motion would be as far as forming an exit interview process. And so I guess I need to have a little more information about what that would look like.
Okay, Member Levy?
Since the ad hoc committee is meeting so soon, I'm wondering if that could be a part of the agenda, so that those specific, I mean, you've given us recommendations, I'm not sure if it's the charge of this ad hoc committee to come up with those specifics. But I guess it's just a question of whether that group, since they're about to meet, could take that on.
I wonder also, it would be helpful for me clarifying information, thinking about what we're doing in the meantime as we're getting ready to really start this. If there's anything I should know, that would help me direct the ad hoc group and form an agenda that's useful to us. If our job is to continue kind of fine-tuning recommendations for what this process looks like, or if there's more information we need to get about how that would begin. And if I'm getting information, it would be helpful to me to know too, as I write the agenda for the group.
Member Miller.
Well, I was just wondering whether some concrete things we could put on our agenda for the school committee is the question of a retreat that focuses on the Green River report, as well as whether we can do anything about allotting funds to hire a facilitator. Because those were two things that I heard about from this committee that I wonder, can we do that? Can we put those on the agenda?
Those were both just in the former motion. So the previous motion was included having a retreat and also talked about,
I know, I just wondered if we would be able to do something to make those happen. Like, talk about it, whatever we need to do to make that happen. Not just that we want to do it, but can we focus on those two things? Can we talk about how we're gonna allot money for that and et cetera? And when can we plan a retreat so that person who facilitates the reading groups and all the other things could also be our facilitator? I mean, I just think we need to do some concrete plans to make them actually happen.
okay. Do you have any recommendations?
Well, I don't know that if they haven't chosen a facilitator yet, how can we know what we're funding? So that would have to happen first, I think. Meg, you can, but,
So I'm
and
glad
then,
to respond to that, because I think we did talk about it in the ad hoc group, and Lena would be my first choice to say that she's the most familiar with this, and she's an excellent facilitator, and has that relationship with the community in that way to support it.
well, and we could schedule a retreat, maybe, that's specifically focused on this?
Well, so
Otherwise, we just keep
also involve the alt team. So I'm not sure that that's something we could do right now.
Okay.
And the new superintendent.
Right. Yeah, so I think there are a lot of factors that have to be factored in terms of scheduling.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't just talk about it, that we do something about it.
Okay. Member Robbins?
So the ad hoc exit review committee did come with recommendations. So we did do our work, we brought it back, we presented what our findings were to this committee, and we got a favorable discussion about it, but we did have all of the details that were attached to that. And if there were more questions that people had, they certainly could direct it back to the committee. But the proposal was a fairly concrete one at that time. And I'm wondering whether we need to represent that at the next school committee meeting, if that's something that's escaped present memory, and perhaps put that on the agenda as a vote to fund. And another reminder that I think we spoke about this earlier, Mayor, that if we are going to do a retreat, it's on the agenda for June, that we need to address that by reserving our remaining PD money for the school committee before the end of June.
Okay.
So Member Robbins, was that a motion to put that on the next
Do I
agenda?
have to make a motion for it, or is this a question?
Put it on the list for the next
Okay,
agenda.
there we go. Okay.
Okay, so that was to present again the recommendations?
Yeah.
And
have a vote.
I'll second it, except
I thought, it didn't, yeah, I asked if it needed to be a motion, and the school committee clerk said that she's added it to the list of items for the next, for the agenda setting committee to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Stein, and then let's move on.
It's just a suggestion for when we discuss this next time. I think oftentimes, I've suggested this course of action before, I'm going to do it again. Oftentimes, we worry too much about the complexity of implementation and want to bring everybody into the world to figure out how to implement something. And it's in those moments where I think we overstep from policy to day-to-day operations. And we have a superintendent that reports to us and that executes our policies. And it's okay to task them with figuring something out. So if we simply vote at our next meeting that we are going to begin conducting exit interviews and we want an implementation plan by X date, they make it happen. And we don't have to have 87 conversations with HR and whoever else. That's the facilitation, figuring out how to make it happen. So I don't want us to get caught in that weird limbo. And just say, much like with the minutes, right? My suggestion on the minutes too, task somebody who reports to us that has executive control to make this day-to-day stuff happen. I would just say, think about that as it relates to this, right?
Okay, right. Lena, anything else you wanted to share?
I think I'm good. I'm looking forward to presenting again our recommendations next school meeting.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Lena, and for all your work.
First, take care.
Okay, let's, just checking, we don't have any other, so, Dr. Pearson Campbell, am I right that Tammy is not, where's Dr. Pearson Campbell? I can't find it.
Right here.
There you are, sorry. So is Tammy is not gonna be here to do the transportation contract, is that right?
Bobby is here.
Okay, I was trying to make sure that, folks that could go to sleep, but if Tammy's not here, then, we won't skip down there. Sorry, Bobby, you're in for the long haul. Okay, so let's go back up to Member Bowman again and organic grounds.
Do we want to take up Dr. Worley's item?
Oh, yes. Yes, sorry. Can we do that? Thank you. So that is new business D, a vote to recognize the Latin Italy trip as a student activity organization or club. And Principal Worley, apologies that I missed that. Oh, I forgot you're in the room.
No, no longer.
Oh, you're not in the room, okay. Principal Worley, are you on Zoom? There you are. Hi.
Hi, sorry about the delay there. I'm surprised because you moved me up. So the request is from, Jamie Lawrence, our Latin teacher, has been working on thinking about a trip to Italy for students, and realized that one of the challenges, one of many challenges, is fundraising and how to manage those funds. And so we're requesting to create a student activities account, which would allow them, the students and the adults involved, to do their fundraising and have a validated way to manage those funds and ensure that they're used properly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions or service?
I would make a motion to recognize Latin Italy Trip as a student activity organization / club.
I second it.
Motion made by Member Clerk Cox, seconded by Member Agnew. Is there any other discussion? Member Stein.
I assume this is the case, but I just wanted to confirm with Principal Worley that whatever district policies around accounts are going to be sort of adhered to whatever fiscal control policies we have for setting up these kinds of funds.
Yes, and in fact, that's kind of the logic here is that, you know, we have organizations outside of the schools that raise funds for school activities, the obvious example being booster clubs. And in those cases, we have control over how those funds are raised and distributed. So the advantage, and Jamie and I have spoken about this, one of the advantages is the controls that the district and the state require on student activities accounts, gives him a sense of, gives him a responsibility, but also a sense that the oversight, I guess, is protected in a way that the rules are clear and we will be following those rules.
Great, thanks so much.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then roll call, please.
Member Agnew.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
And Member Goldman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Principal Worley. Member Gazy?
Did we ever vote on that motion that was for the Green River thing? We voted on it? Where was I, in outer space?
You voted yes, Member Gazy.
That's embarrassing.
What did I say to you?
Jeez.
Okay, so let's go back up to C, budget and property, and presentation and discussion on organic grounds maintenance, and Member Goldman.
Thank you. We discussed the school turf at the budget and property meeting and decided that we would like to discuss the issue further in our subcommittee meeting, and so have it as a major part of our next meeting to include Director
Kuzners.
Director Kuzners, who really knows what's what, and also circle around with some past committee members who worked so hard and passionately about this issue to make sure that we can get a sense of where the current policy is, what the goals are, and how to resolve this issue in the coming years. Member Robinson is a frequent guest of our subcommittee meetings and
Can't stay away.
perhaps you would like to share something about this topic as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Mayor.
If that's okay. Just briefly to say that in getting the history of where this came from and why we did say we were going to do this, it was a school, voted on by the school committee, that we were going to work towards a goal of organic grounds and that there were steps to take to get there, but there was clearly no oversight of that in order to get where we are now. And to say that I think a few of us were contacted by constituents whose children came home the week prior to school vacation with rashes in some cases and headaches and even illnesses that they're subjectively could have been connected with the pesticide application that was used on the NHS playing fields during that week. And our understanding was that that was not going to happen until school vacation. And so there were coaches were having active practices there, and there was some confusion about why that happened, and certainly want to have an awareness of not having that happen again. Dr. Pearson Campbell did send out a letter to caretakers to say that pesticides would be applied. I don't think they got the list of what those were going to be. I think it was, she said that it was outsourced to the company that the city uses in order to make this happen. And it seemed to be that there was a vague area there that did have an impact on children in our community. We want to be really cautious about that. And I also wanted to ask Member Goldman if in the invitations to those with a historical background on that, this agreement with the school committee was done in accordance with the city council, and that would include Alyssa Klein, who was, I think, a large voice in making that happen and would be a really good historical reference to invite to that meeting. I have talked to Rebecca Bukansky, who will try very hard to come, and she would also be happy to come to our next June school committee meeting. That's me, done.
Okay. Any further discussion? So this is moving to the next meeting, yes? Any further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just want to mention that this is moving to the next Budget and Property meeting on June 12th, because the next school committee is prior to that on June 8th. We will not discuss this topic at the June 8th school committee meeting. We will report back to you in the August meeting with an update on how that meeting went and next steps for the school committee as a whole, or the Budget and Property subcommittee meeting to further the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Member Robbins, do you have an update on curriculum?
Yep, very briefly, we met very briefly because we were trying to accommodate the CPAC Awards meeting. We spent our time beginning the process of looking at how our mission correlates with the actual work we did during the course of the year, and had some good discussions around that. We'll be meeting again in June, and in June we will hopefully be meeting with Dr. Worley, although we haven't formally invited him yet, to talk about, update us with the standards-based grading, embedded honors, which were the two charges sent to us by the school committee. So we have an update. We don't expect solutions on it, but we'd like to hear where things are. And also to consider a proposal that was put forward by members of the community around the research into creating a climate crisis curriculum in the district that would be scaffolded from K through 12.
Great, thank you. Okay, Member Miller, do you have a report as the central office liaison?
Yep, okay. So I have met twice on April 26th and May 5th with Annie and also with Michelle. And we first talked about that their first priority was editing and correcting minutes to be brought into compliance for approval for this meeting. And as you all know, that is now being pushed off because there's more editing to do. We also talked about the timeline that we have, that July 31st is the deadline for drafting the remaining backlog, that August 10th, all completed on the school committee agenda for approval. And next time we meet, we are working on a plan on how to get all those things done. So I think that there are, as we have been talking, the three of us, there have been many concerns that have been brought up that I think the school committee may be aware of, but want to make sure is aware of, which is that some of the backlog, Layla has helped postpone some of the requests that we keep receiving, but those interfere with the time needed to get this backlog done, because every time there's a record request, that has to interfere with it. So that's just one of the issues they're dealing with. And we also talked about a little bit, even though this is not my charge, but we did talk a little bit about board docs. And I know that that's a discussion later, but some of the feedback that I've gotten is that it is not, and Michelle especially voiced that it was not user-friendly, and that it's not complex enough for the template we need for our agendas. And so they've both had great difficulty using it. And so we talked about it a little bit, that the company only allows 2 people, which is Michelle and Annie, to be administrators. So anyone who's going to help them with board docs has to actually go to central office and meet with them, because they're the only 2 that are allowed to even look at all of it. So that's still something that has to get done. And the only other thing we talked about is some of the things that we all can do to help with this so that it doesn't continue in the future. And we all know it already, which is keeping our meetings a little shorter, so there's not so much to report, and also the frequency of our meetings. So there's as many meetings as there are, all need to get recorded. So that's what we all can do, because you actually if you read the AG stuff, it's clear that this is our responsibility, which is why I'm being the liaison, because we are responsible for this. So the other thing is this issue of subcommittee minutes. And it's a great idea for chairs of subcommittees or someone assigned in the subcommittee to be responsible for taking the minutes. However, it has to be clarified whether the template for the minutes, which those people would have to adhere to, should be, there's 2 one from Layla and one that we've had that the office has already often used. So there has to be some clarification about that, but there will have to be some training for whoever is going to take the minutes in subcommittees and also ad hoc meetings. For someone else to do it is fine, but there has to be a little training done so that they're all up to speed with how you have to do them. So we've just been talking about all of those things over the last 2 meetings, and our next meeting is working on a plan for what's still left to do. So that's all I have to report at this point.
Okay, thank you. And of course, that plan is now going to have to include how to incorporate all of those minutes that were sent back today. Okay, Member Robbins.
So I don't see board docs on the agenda.
That's true. It has been removed from the agenda and put on the next agenda.
So I have some updates on that. Where would I contribute those?
Can you wait till it's on the agenda? It had been on the agenda, but then it was requested to remove it.
Okay, and that's fine, except can I ask that no decisions be made about it, one way or another, until that gets shared?
I think we're the ones who would be making the decisions, so I'm not sure how they could be made.
Yeah, the decision will be made in June as well.
I have information that says actually a decision might be made about purchasing it or not purchasing it, or which version of it. So I'm happy to share that with you, Mayor, if that would be appropriate.
Could you do that, please?
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
In terms of the templates, we have a Rules and Policy Subcommittee meeting coming up next week, at which I would be taking the minutes, as I have, I think at least one prior meeting. So I think I would be the first one who would need the training and the template.
Actually, if I could, if you don't mind, Mayor, We've actually had a few subcommittee meetings where I've sort of I sort of developed a little process where I give the template in the Google Docs, and then the whole subcommittee gets in there and agrees on what is written in the minutes, and that's been working out pretty well, actually. And that's, I had this idea of including the voting record for everybody to see here, which I think is working well tonight, and I just applied it to that subcommittee thing. So I think it's terrific. Member Goldman has already sent me her finished draft minutes for the budget. So she got in there first, but I know Member Levy's working very hard on hers as well. But I asked some very pertinent questions, so the training is going well as far as that's concerned. So I think we're on our way with that, and I think it actually turned out to be much better than I expected, because it's really helpful to keep the meeting focused. So, great, thank you all for that, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein?
I'm glad Member Goldman got our subcommittee at first, so a little pride there. So thank you. I just wanted to suggest to Member Evans that she share whatever info she has with Member Miller as well as our liaison, so they're on the same page. And also a request to remember that when you're figuring out the schedule for the minutes, just taking into mind when our meetings are, how much time we would have to look at them, because I don't even know how many pages of minutes was today. So it's like how long ahead of whatever approval meeting, like as much time as you would give the committee so that we can look at them, that would be great, to build into your schedule when they put it on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Member Stein, you have to forgive me. I'm not sure I quite understood what you were saying.
Sure. Sorry. Let me get a little closer to the microphone too. I was just requesting that when you're working on the schedule of the minutes and when they'll be approved, that you try to give us as much time as possible with the minutes before the meeting we're going to vote on them, just because there's so many of them. So if you can give us as much time as you can to review them, that would be great.
Member Stein, to that point, that's why the deadline for the August, so we'd said July, the last day of July, I think, for the ones that will be voted on in August.
Awesome, thank you. I didn't realize that, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Member Robbins, you have your hand up again, or is that from before?
No, it got stuck up, sorry.
No problem.
It's going down.
All right, anything else on this? If not, thank you very much, Member Miller. And Bobby, we are finally up to you and this administrator financial report. Can you not unmute?
Yeah.
Does that work? No? I'm pushing the button, Bobby.
There, that work?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so, in your packet, you have, my report, my monthly report, also the April year-to-date, budget report, which I'll include monthly and will report in depth quarterly. The next one I'll do will be in August, because we won't have a July meeting, I believe is correct. So I'll do that one in August in detail. Then I will, in this packet, we also have the April warrant, which Member Agnew has approved. So that one is in there for your review. You can always contact me with any questions in regards to that. And I will place only the warrants that are approved prior to the Friday before the actual meeting. So, for instance, I have another warrant I could have included, which would have been the May 9th warrant, but that's only 2 days before the meeting. So I'm gonna, for practice going forward, I am only gonna include those warrants that have been approved prior to, or by the Friday prior to monthly meeting. I think that's it. That's really all I have for my stuff.
Any questions for Bobby? Hey, I don't see any, Bobby. Thank you. That brings us to Dr. Pearson Campbell, the superintendent's report.
Hello. Just want to begin the process of letting parents and caregivers know that if there's a concern in the community, please reach out to the building principal, your classroom teacher, so that we can work together on behalf of students. And I just want to reiterate that so that community members know that there is a process, and that once, if you have talked to the building principal or classroom teacher, you can always reach out to my office. Michelle Sharp is my secretary, and that just gives us time to speak to the community. So I just wanted to make sure the community knows there's a process that we try to work together on behalf of the students. So that was my report today regarding supporting our students and families, and that they can reach out to my office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pearson. All right. No comments on that. We can move on to new business. And we don't have a student representative report tonight. So we are up to B, discussion and vote to create an LPAC liaison and refer to rules and policy subcommittee meeting. And member Gizzy, your name is attached to this. I can also speak to it if you'd like, but go ahead. As could member Agna, I think. Member Gazy?
Oh, this is news to me. To create an LPAC liaison?
Yeah, okay. Maybe, or maybe your name mistakenly got attached to it.
Well, I see rules and policy, so it might be, but.
Maybe because it's gonna get referred there.
I didn't know anything about.
Well,
Okay,
it's probably to change all of that.
And was there someone else, member Goldman maybe?
Yeah, yes. Member Goldman and I met with ELPAC last month.
Okay, do you want to talk about it?
Please. Sure. Well, so just to remind members of what I had presented last week, Member Goldman and I met with ELPAC last month. ELPAC is the English Learner Parent Advocacy Committee, or Advisory Committee, maybe?
Council, yeah.
Great. I think they should advocate as well as advise, but, you know. And so as we were meeting with them, the meeting was in regards to late start, that they had some concerns about late start that they wanted to share with us. But as a part of that discussion, it was identified that there needs to be a stronger relationship between their communities and the decision makers for the district, and it was identified that one of the ways to do that specifically for the school committee was to appoint a liaison to the ELPAC, just as the school committee has a liaison to CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory, whatever it is, Council. So I would like to make a motion to, let me find the wording here, to create an ELPAC liaison that would be appointed by the mayor, and refer this issue to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee to identify policies that need to be edited accordingly.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? They approached me too, and I think this is a great idea. I'll be very, very happy to appoint a liaison. Member Agnew.
I would just like to echo that, and I know we don't need to always do that, but I did want to say that I'm so happy that this is going to be an appointment from the mayor, and it's way past time, and it's great that it's happening. So thank you so much, Member Seraphy Cox and Member Goldman, for making this happen.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Just curious, Mayor, for of the appointments at the beginning of the year, of course, we fill out a form saying which ones we're interested in, et cetera. What process would you like committee members to have?
Yeah, thank you. You could email me if you're interested. They also, members of the LPAC also gave me their recommendations of who they'd like to see, or they gave me actually a list of recommendations. So please, if you are
Advocacy.
interested in serving, what's that? What'd you say?
I was just teasing that, see, advocacy.
So if you're interested in serving as a liaison, please email me your interest and I will cross-check it with their list as well.
Great.
Okay, so a motion on the floor, yes. Roll call, please.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yeah.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Daisy.
Yes, and I'll remember.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
And Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, great. Moving on to C, vote to approve the Bellavance and Terezzo MOAs. And Member Seraphy Cox.
So these MOAs are in your packet. They have not changed since they were ratified by this body in executive session at our last meeting, I believe it was. And so I am offering them here in open session for a vote. So I would move to ratify the Bellavance and Terezzo MOAs.
I second it.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Member Agnew, did you want to comment or no?
I was going to make the motion in great support. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Daisy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
And Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, moving down, we already did D, so moving to E, discussion on vaccination requirement for volunteers, and this is Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Hello, everyone. I received an email regarding my vaccinations for volunteers. It is almost coming up time for field day and fans for the volunteers. So I talked to Ms. Glenda Stutter. She said that there was an MOA I'm using before during the pandemic about our staff being vaccinated, and that I needed to bring it back to the school committee to review it again to see if we want to remove that expectation so that they're free for discussion tonight.
Okay. Discussion.
It's in your package.
Member Seraphy Cox.
So am I reading, am I understanding correctly, Superintendent Pearson Campbell, that your recommendation is for us to remove the vaccination requirement?
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Member Agnew.
That's what I was going to ask too, for her recommendation, so thank you.
Member Stein. Wait, I can't, oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm just wondering if anyone could just summarize the MOU. I'm trying to find it right now. But what, like, is it just specific to COVID-19 vaccines, or what, is there anything else in the MOU? Do we require other vaccinations for?
It's regarding the COVID-19 vaccinations. And our community members, their concern was, since the mandate is, I think was ended yesterday, regarding the masking and all the health officers and et cetera, that a lot of our community members thinking that they're trying to advocate for other people who maybe are not vaccinated, who want to volunteer in our in May or June, we have field day outside. So I said I'll bring this forward.
Do we require, do you know if we require other vaccines for volunteers and for staff?
It started, you have to provide your health record when you're hired until you do like immunizations on that part. So that's part of the conversation.
Member.
Thank you. I understand you're speaking about vaccination for volunteers, specifically for field day. Will there be outside? But I do know that VINS has required vaccination for volunteers also going in the schools. And is this a discussion about that as well? Or exclusively for volunteers who will be helping out on field day?
It's for both. So I received an email from Ben and I also received from parents asking us if we bring this policy to the school committee.
While I have the floor, I just want to say that I support allowing volunteers who do not have the COVID-19 vaccinations to support, to volunteer at field day and in our schools. Thank you.
Dr. Peterson, so VINS is also changing their policy? They have a policy?
They use the same policies that Planner Study provided for our MOU, so I had to, I researched it first because I asked Planner Study, what do I need to have? And so she said, this is the policy and the MOU that we have in front of the school committee to ask for them to review, to eliminate it. And so that same policy is for VINS and it's also for the volunteers in our school district.
Okay, so a change in our policy would then create a change in VINS policy?
Yes.
Okay, Member Agnew?
I just wanted to answer Member Stein's question about vaccination for volunteers. Having had many volunteers apply through our school, we require a driver's license and a Cori check, and then fingerprinting. But there were never requirements for vaccination until COVID, and that's when it was instituted.
Okay, Member Miller.
I do not agree. I think if we're going to have volunteers inside the schools, I would want them to be, if my child was in a school, I would want volunteers to be vaccinated. I don't agree.
Okay, thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, the MOA that is in our packet is a memorandum of agreement between the school committee and NACE, and it applies to all school employees. I don't see any mention in this MOA of volunteers, and so I certainly don't want to repeal this MOA, because that would affect more than just volunteers, that would affect all employees. So but also I don't see that this MOA applies to volunteers at all, unless volunteers are considered employees.
when I reached out to Glenda Studdard, I asked her, you know, what parameters, and she was like, you have to propose this MOA because it's underneath the umbrella. And so that's what she provided for me to bring to the school committee. Because I did my research, because I didn't know. And I said, this is what's going on and from the bins, and also too for our parent volunteers to see this is what has to happen. So I'm just following, just trying to give you the information, and from the school committee can decide.
Understood. I mean, I think it's possible that there is a policy, that rules and policy put forward that required vaccination for volunteers. It's also possible that there was another MOA, not this MOA, but another MOA at some point that did address volunteers, because I remember talking about it. But, I mean, I certainly wouldn't support repealing this MOA. So I see on the agenda that this is just a discussion. So I wonder if perhaps I could do a little bit more research on both our policies and our past MOAs. And I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Glenda can help me better understand, so that maybe at the next meeting we can, you know, since we aren't voting on anything tonight, we could come back next meeting with something more concrete.
And I can invite her to, since she has more background, you know, I wasn't here during that, but this is what I asked for, more research based. And so I can invite her to come to the meeting to explain the rationale behind it.
Sure, or even, you said that she sent this to you,
Yeah.
maybe just forwarding her email or something. That would be helpful. Okay, I will follow up with you on this then.
Thanks. Yeah, this is one of these, you know, I think we got this kind of late today, which if there'd been more time, you know, I agree that sort of doing a quick search, I don't see anything about volunteers yet, but I didn't have an opportunity to read this ahead of time. So that would have been helpful. Member Stein?
Yeah, just briefly, I share member Miller's concerns. I know we're not going to vote on anything tonight, we could identify the actual MOA in question. But just to sort of go back to the science, which we all used to care about, and recognize that, you know, we are sort of accepting sort of permanent reinfection as the norm. And, you know, sort of mass death and disability is sort of the new normal. I just want to point out that a number of studies show transmissibility is reduced a lot by vaccination, especially people that are being boosted. So in an environment like a school where you no longer have any masks, you're not really worried about ventilation, there's no testing, etc. It does make a difference if someone comes in who's unvaccinated, who's infected, because they have a statistically higher chance of being more infectious. So there is some science to say why we should do this, and I'd like to try to keep it in mind when we have that conversation again.
Okay, thank you. Member Levy?
I'm following Member Cox's line of questions. When I hear MOA, I think of something that we've negotiated with NACE. And so if we're being asked to repeal an MOA, I would not want to do that without consulting NACE and getting their input. And I'm just curious if that's, obviously I know we're talking about an MOA that's not the one we're talking about, but it's still an MOA. So I'm just curious if anybody has reached out to NACE or what the process would be for us to make a decision unilaterally without them doesn't feel right to me.
I just brought this forward for the school committee because I know there was going to be a process in this discussion here, and I said bringing in NACE into the conversation. But I mentioned to community members who asked, I said I can bring it forward so that we can have a discussion and then get more information from that as it moves. So.
Let me go to Member Agnew and then Member Service.
So as a result of tonight's decision or discussion, there isn't a decision, obviously, and I agree with everybody. There are field days coming up, and I think that is what people were hoping, because this was on the agenda, that they would be able to be at least told whether they could participate in field day. I just want to make sure we are on the same page as far as what is communicated to both the VIDS coordinator, Candy Tauscher, and others who may contact us after this, if we could get some clarity.
Do we know when the first field day is?
I don't know yet. I just got this message piece bring this forward, but I know it's coming up in June, I believe.
It must have been before.
Right. But we can't vote on this tonight, and so if we don't vote on this, then before field days, then that doesn't solve that issue. Well, maybe when you gather more information or we figure out what the right document is, we might have to have a special meeting to be able to vote on this, to be able to answer that question for those volunteers, although it will help them schedule or plan for whether they're going to take the day off to volunteer. Okay, Member Robbins, we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, and I know we're not going to vote on this. I think it's awkward if we have to have a special meeting to talk about this. I feel additionally very strongly that I do think that people should be vaccinated against COVID to be working with our children in schools. And if we're asking employees to do it, volunteers should be doing that as well. And we do ask them for CORI background checks and a variety of other safety precautions to make sure the kids are safe. Thanks.
Member Miller, then Member Stein.
All I was going to say is that when I received, I thought it went to everyone, but an email from a constituent asking about this, I did not remember in all the materials I read, I had not seen a policy that said this, so I am curious about whether it's an MOA or a policy. But I expressed my opinion previously because I thought this was just going to be discussion, not vote.
Okay. Member Stein?
Yeah, this is just a suggestion of one way to respond, which is the school committee hasn't presented evidence that there's a policy requiring vaccines of volunteers. We don't have MOAs with VINs that we're aware of. And essentially, the superintendent can figure out what those exact policies are and just enforce whatever they're in the book. I mean, to have a special meeting just seems kind of crazy to me. Yeah, it just, we can't make these decisions without the right information or the framework, and we don't have it tonight. So that's where we're at. I think that's the answer. We don't actually know. We weren't presented with relevant information. So whatever the policies are that people can discover, follow those policies.
Okay, any further discussion?
Just to say to Superintendent Pearson Campbell that I think the visitor MOA might be the one that Glenda is thinking about instead. So that's my one idea, and I will email that to you if I find the information in it.
Thank you.
So F, I feel like Member Agnew actually really covered quite well in announcements. So unless there's more people want to hear about, I'm happy to just move on because we've got a few more items. Yep. Okay. G.
Do we need to vote on the letter, though? It says a letter in support. Is there a letter?
That's a good point. So there is a letter that, so Andrea Gito worked on a letter that I edited and sort of added to a little bit that NACES put out. I presented to the city council last week. And we would be happy to have the school committee certainly sign on individually, but if we voted on it, to sign on as the Northampton School Committee to support. So was that put in your packet, or do you all have that letter?
The vote to support the Boston Lobby Day, that's at the letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it in the packet, but,
Saw it before.
but I still think it's a great idea.
I don't know where that letter would come from. Who would have generated that? To send to me?
Okay. Hold on, member sign, you go, and I can pull it up and read it or share my screen.
Sure, yeah, I'm not sure where I'm at. I remember reading it though recently. I was gonna make a motion that the school committee sign on to the letter in question and share our support for Lobby Day and for the demands for, a fairer share of state revenues from the Fair Share Amendment.
I second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded. I can share it real quick.
Just a quick question while you're sharing, Mayor.
Yeah.
If we've already signed it as individuals, does that legally mess something up in the things? I mean, that would turn, no. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Can you all see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like me to read it real quick, or are you all familiar with it?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about now.
Okay.
Okay.
So, some of the main things that we're asking for is $100 to people for minimum aid communities, of which we're one. The Senate House Ways and Means budget came out a couple days ago, and they do not have 100. They have 60, which is what the House had as well. So it seems unlikely that's going to happen, but it can't hurt to have it in there. Full charter reimbursement, fully fund special education circuit breaker, reimbursed 14% increase for out-of-district placements, and an equal allocation of the Fair Share Amendment for K through 12 as equal allocation of half of the Fair Share Amendment that would be for education to then be divided in thirds between early ed, K through 12, and then higher ed as well. And so just asking for K through 12 to get its equal share of that fair share. Any questions? Member Servicox, you have a question? No?
Yeah, it's not about the letter, it's about the lobby day itself, so.
Yes. I don't know if I can answer it, but ask away.
It's actually a question for Superintendent Pearson Campbell. I just wanted to confirm that, that members of staff are able to attend without needing to take personal vacation time.
No, when I go into frontline, it will say school business. I also work with building principals to identify what staff can go without harming the building. So I've been working alongside the building in the union and the building principals. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you all for considering joining on to this. It's part of that sort of plan I talked about when I dedicated the 1.2 million for stabilization. I'd said that we need to work on not just figuring out our own budget for next year, but also need to do community work to advocate for more and equitable state funding. And so this is how we are going to start that now. And then there are other kind of longer term goals. So thank you for adding your voice if you're willing. Okay, roll call, please.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller? Member Miller? Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Now we're up to presentation on changes to the homeschool application from Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Inside your packet, presenting the homeschool policy and the application. So Michelle, my secretary, want to make sure it's consistent in both of them. So when you open up the policy in the proposal, she added to step 2 in the policy based on the application, matches up number 8 and 6 on the policy so that it matches together and it's highlighted so you can see where the changes have appeared, and added step 4 in policy based on the application, so that everything matches, so that whatever the contact information, the dates on one, the policy matches up with the application. So she's been reviewing all of our policies for our homeschool application just to make sure that they're consistent. And I just want to make sure that you're able to review it and it's inside your packet for today.
Okay. Any questions?
No, in the folder.
So you don't need any action by us? Dr. Pearson Campbell?
You froze.
Oh, sorry. You don't need any action by us?
No, we just want to present it so that you know those changes to it. So we just want to make sure that it's consistent and you know the changes that are happening.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein?
Yeah, so the only changes are the highlighted in yellow text.
Yeah, as you can see.
Great, and then I assume we'll just add the revision at the bottom, the date.
See if there said something about.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. If not, moving on to H, discussion and vote to approve school committee norms, and member Seraphy Cox.
Yes. Just a note that I did find, on the previous item, I found that the reason why that MOA was brought to us is because VINS volunteers are subject to the same vaccination requirements that staff are. So if I'm reading that correctly, that means that in order to allow volunteers not to be vaccinated, we would also be changing it for all employees. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to go back to the agenda item at hand. The norms. The norms, yes. So in your packet is a copy of draft norms that I had put together, that I had developed from the notes that I created from the retreat that was facilitated by the collaborative. And sorry, I'm having a hard time pulling up that document. Can I? Yes, thank you so much. So the process that was facilitated for us by the collaborative really centered around values that we would share, that would make our processes as a school committee positive and productive. And so, they posed this question to us: what are the values that help us bring our best selves to our work with the school committee? You might notice that there's some redundancy in this list, and that is because especially the word respect came up by multiple members of the committee. So I chose to leave it that way in order to show the emphasis on that, but this is, like, I put the word draft first on purpose. Then below that is what I really, I don't know, finessed maybe is too positive of a word, created out of the commitments that school committee members both made to the group in that retreat, as well as things that they asked of the group in order to improve things. So I consolidated those ideas into statements about how school committee members would approach their work. I'm happy to read it. I hope folks had a chance to read it beforehand. I did highlight in gray 2 things that were in the list that I either wasn't clear on what they meant, or I wasn't entirely sure how to state them as commitments. And then at the bottom, it says potential other ideas. These are not necessarily norms, but it's ideas that came up during the retreat that that either I didn't want to lose sight of, or that potentially could go into norms out of this discussion. So I see this very much as a rough draft, and would love feedback on it. And yeah, I don't know. Personally, I felt incredibly positive about the process that we went through to develop these norms. And I think that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much for doing that and for presenting it. Member Stein.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this back up to the whole body. I had a few suggestions that I think, but I'm not sure, may go under that second section. So the Northampton
I'm wondering, before you jump into what exactly the suggestions are, I'm wondering if maybe you can be given edit access, and then you click the little button that says suggest changes, and then you actually put them in, because I have a hard time soaking in the suggestions if I can't also see them. Is
Sure,
that?
yeah, I requested it a few moments ago.
Okay, yeah,
But I
great.
don't know who it was sent to, but if whoever has that permission can.
It might be
approve the
me.
request,
Let me check
that would
my
be
email.
great.
I didn't get it.
Okay, then it was me. Look at that. Okay, I'm about to give you edit access.
All right, then I'll just refresh it in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if this will. Go. Yeah, looks like it worked. Okay.
Great.
So maybe I'm just gonna kind of read them first, and then I will type them in. So some of the suggestions I had were, and I think this will fit under the Northampton School Committee members will. And here are the suggestions. I'll read them and then I'll type them in. So, come to meetings prepared. Be consistent. Center the interests of the marginalized and vulnerable. Live our values. Take ownership and responsibility, and build reasonable agendas. So those are the suggestions I have. I'll type them in. And maybe before that, I have one other concern that I'll mention, and I'll take this in. And my concern is with parts of item 8 or elements of item 8. And my concern is really around the way in which norms of that stripe can sort of silence certain perspectives. And, you know, my concern is that they limit deliberation, right? And I fear that they can be leveraged to silence discussion of topics or viewpoints that other members disagree with. And to think about this in another context, right now, a trans lawmaker, Montana State Representative Zoe Zucker, has been censored for violating decorum by their colleagues in bar conversations sitting in the body. This weaponization of norms and rules to silence this viewpoint is chilling. And while this proposed norm that we're talking about here does not allow for anything nearly as draconian, it does risk the same type of abuse. And our rules already allow for moving the question forward procedurally and limiting how often the topic members can speak. It just feels antithetical to the spirit of the deliberative body. So I'm concerned about those elements. And even if I think about our conversations tonight, rarely for any topics we've substantively discussed have there only been one or two rebuttals. And it's easy to imagine a situation in which a person that is offering a rebuttal that disagrees with by the majority is then silenced by the implication of that norm. And that's something that I've sort of already experienced, even though we haven't voted on a number of times. So I'm concerned about that. I hope we don't include those elements, or if we do, we change them. I'll add in those things I mentioned so we can work as suggestions and pass the message.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah. I can understand that as a person who wasn't present at the meeting when these were developed, that just seeing the words written there can feel different than than what their intention was at the time. I certainly think that there are different ways that they could be worded, because of course, future school committee members wouldn't have been at this meeting necessarily either. However, I think that this conversation, from what I'll at least speak for myself, my impression of where these pieces came from in the conversation at the retreat at that time was, again, this is my own impression, perhaps that some members of the committee actually feel silenced by the way that discussions happen when discussions are going around in circles. And so the discussion at the retreat really centered around wanting to have positive, collaborative, forward-thinking, getting stuff done kinds of conversations as a committee. And so the sort of briefly chime in to indicate where we're leaning was about encouraging people to let the group know where you're at on a particular item, because it was identified that sometimes we ask questions, we say lots of things, but we don't say where we're at on the motion. So it was encouraging members to do that. Also, just saying it's okay to say I agree and move on, as I did earlier tonight, right? I could have said a lot of other things, and I chose not to. And then, yes, if you don't agree, I think it's really tied to that next piece about only say new things. Of course, it's hard to only say new things. Our brains are imperfect, but there was a lot of emotions in that room that night. And there was a lot of emotions about people who were frustrated about not being able to do the work that they wanted to come to this committee to do, and wanting the tenor and the discussion to be positive. So I hope that contextualizes the intention a little bit more, that the intention certainly was never to silence a minority, but to, we all have a vote, and I certainly have been in the minority on many a vote on this committee. I think that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Member Miller.
Yeah, I just want to respond to, add on to that, but respond to Member Stein's concern. Certainly, the intention when we discussed this was not that anyone should be silenced and that no one should be shut down for expressing whatever they think. That was not the intention. It was a discussion about, that many of us even owned, that, okay, sometimes I need to formulate my thoughts before I speak, so that I don't just ramble. And that we were talking about trying to be more efficient and trying to think like, okay, if somebody else, and I've done it twice tonight and I browbeating, that somebody else says what I think, I should just say, absolutely, I agree, as opposed to postictually, whatever, going on and on and on about it. So we were just trying to be more efficient and save time so that we don't all just go on and on. And we all know that we lose our audience when we go on and on, because then people stop listening to us. So it's just, that was all the intention, was not to silence anyone, but just to think before we speak and maybe just say thumbs up or I agree, and that's it. That's all. So that's just another way of explaining what happened that night.
Thank you. It says Member Davis, but I see Member Sarah Cox on the screen, but there she is. Okay, Member Davis.
We're sharing.
Yeah, sorry.
I basically want to say what Member Sarah V. Cox, Member Miller said, except that I just want to stick in one thing that they didn't mention is that Member Stein, under no stretch of the imagination, was the intention to be anything like what's happening with Zoe.
That's awful.
I mean, absolutely such an extreme, not what's happening here. I feel very strongly that I don't want to be associated with that, and we should not. That was a little bit of a stunning thing for me to hear. This is, in my mind, let's be productive on the school committee and move things along, because at 1 o'clock, are we at our best? No. And what can we do to be collegial and get our voices out there? And then, okay, now what do we do? That's where I am, to be productive and do things for the schools and that going back and back and back, around and forth, I think was feeling frustrating. So that's what I wanted to just say.
Thank you. Okay, Member Agnew.
I should probably use the emoji to say yes, 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 to what has just been said. But I do feel I want to support Member Seraphy Cox for describing her process in drafting them and also in explaining what happened in that meeting that Member Stein did not attend. And so I think you're using the words emotional and concern really echo with me that it was a very hard but well worth process, lovely, facilitated by Aileen in a way that made it possible for us all to feel that we were able to express ourselves safely and honestly. The word intimidated kept coming up too. People were talking about feeling intimidated about saying things because of how perhaps other people were saying things or expressing things. And I just think that this probably is something that we need to do some more of. And I think we decided that then, that we needed to have more time, that we were able to have conversations about process and each other and the way that we relate to each other. And I'm looking forward to having more of that. And rather than having sometimes where it seems like we're kind of in competition, and maybe that's the open meeting law difficulty that we have. But I really appreciate Member Seraphy Cox, how you framed this, and I know that it must have been a little bit hard, and I'm there for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Levy.
I want to say yes to everything that everybody has said, and I just want to name what I'm hearing. I'm hearing multiple people say, that wasn't our intention. And I'm hearing Member Stein say, as somebody who was not in this space when we did have this very hard, very meaningful conversation, this is how it landed. This is how I read it. And I want to go back to what Member Seraphy Cox said, which is perhaps there's a way we could have the same sentiment but reword it. And I wonder if maybe we could try that. Maybe, I don't know if that happens right now or when. Maybe it's right now. But I think if there was an intention and it didn't land that way to folks who weren't in the room, to me, that's a sign that we've got to revise and make sure that the intention comes through.
Absolutely. Okay. Sorry, did you say something, Member Seraphy Cox?
Absolutely.
Member Stein.
Sure, I wasn't with you all. It didn't feel like a space that was going to be productive or safe, frankly, especially on the tails of our failure to do this at the first retreat and the sort of endless delays about it. But I think something that hasn't been addressed, what I said earlier, which was, this isn't just a hypothetical concern. There's been at least 2 to 3 times across open meetings of the whole body and the executive committee where members have evoked this norm of 1 to 2 and then shut up, only to me. I'm not aware of any other time that's happened. I'm not aware of it consistently being applied, and it's not even something we voted on. So my concern isn't just theoretical. It's already sort of happened. The last time it happened, I pushed back and said, well, we don't actually have the norms. And lo and behold, here we have them now, and we're going to vote on them. But the way it's been used thus far hasn't felt particularly in line with the intentions that have been talked about from that evening. So it's not just theoretical. This has been a problem from my perspective. I tried to ignore it, but it's not great.
Member Levy?
So, Member Stein, I want to say something that might feel hard to hear. And I want to say it in the most respectful way I can, and in a way that I hope feels like being part of a team, which is, I think, what the intent of that retreat was for us to come together as a team. And it was hard to not have you there because you are part of this team. And it was really hard to talk about coming together as a team when one person wasn't there. I thought it was really important a moment ago to say, hey, I'm hearing Member Stein say something, and I'm not sure people are really hearing it. And now I want to say to you that I'm hearing the committee members say something, and I'm not sure if you're hearing it. And what I'm hearing folks talk about is the challenge when we have a very full agenda of the feeling of conversations going in circles, where it's not that folks are trying to shut down opinions or perspectives, but when something gets said, and then there's a response, and then you, if something gets said by you, there's a response, and then you say the same thing again. And then there's a response, and you say the same thing again. At some point, we've got to be able to say, we've heard you, and we're not always going to agree. And we've got to be able to hear each other and then move on. And I think what I'm hearing from folks is the challenge of trying to get the work done and trying to respect perspectives and voices and create space for as many voices as possible when one voice dominates without recognition of when it's time to have other voices be heard. And I do want to acknowledge that there are many times when I do not see you in that light, where I do think you pass the baton. And there are also some times when I think you don't. And I just want you to hear that as what I'm hearing from folks as well.
Okay, thank you, Member Levy. Member Stein?
No, I appreciate your comments. I think part of the issue I have is that I recognize that this is a deliberative body. And so much of these norms are about becoming open-minded and listening to other points of view. So when something's said numerous times, it's because it's not being taken into account or addressed, especially around specific issues. And no one has to give me an answer to my question, and no one has to respond to what I said. Happy to ignore it. But the mechanism available to the body is to move the vote, move the question. It's do that. If you and the other mechanism which we've been using is going to people who haven't spoke before. So I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, there are mechanisms. There's a queue. There's no reason why people on the body in the board cannot raise their hand and contribute. They'll be recognized ahead of others who have spoken. Those are things we've been doing. So it does feel targeted around particular issues that are up for debate, most notably around COVID, be honest with you. And I'm sorry, it's a deliberative body. I'm going to say my piece. We can move the vote, but you know, this also ties into one of my suggestions, which is create reasonable agendas. It's not the case that our meetings are so long because we're having great conversations about everything. It's because there's too much on it, right? And just like the solution to our meetings problem isn't not to have meetings and not address anything, the solution to this problem isn't to limit what people can say about important topics and how much they can say. It's to plan agendas in ways that allow for the time for that to happen, because that's what we're here to do. So I think like there may be a difference between my perspective on what a deliberative body does and what deliberation is, that is different. And I can fully own that. Right?
Member Serby Cox.
Yeah, I'm a technical issue that because everybody else is just a viewer, I really appreciate, Member Stein, that you put your comments in as suggestions, and I just now realized that not everybody can see those. So I'm going to add folks as editors rather than just viewers.
Do I need to change anything on my end?
Nope, nope.
Okay.
I was just letting folks know that that's why you can't see it yet. So when I stop talking, I will do that. But then I think the other thing that I just want to say is this highlights to me that there's still a lot of pain, honestly, and a lot of unresolved things that are going to make it hard for us to move forward together. And that really makes me really sad. You know, we had this conversation doesn't feel safe to me because there's not an outside facilitator. I'm sorry that that other space didn't feel safe for you. But I don't want to have this conversation anymore without an outside facilitator, because personally, I'm feeling very nervous. So I don't know what that means for the norms, because this is such a central issue for it. But, you know, putting the kind of context aside, perhaps we can move forward on the wording. And Member Levy, you're already an editor, so if there was finessing of the language that you might suggest, you can go ahead and put that in there. And I'll make everybody else editors now.
Okay, thank you. Member Robbins.
I wonder, I'm looking at the clock, and clearly members are tired. And to me, this was a conversation, and it's feelings and it's thoughts, but they're not really norms. And I'm wondering if we can take this as it is, which is a rough draft of what came from that process. And I would be very happy to put out a small template of norms that might be productive for us to use in our work. And so often with norms, that's one row is what do we need to work together, and that's personal. And then the other is what do we need to do to be productive. And it could be a very simple piece to take what resonates for each of us on this list and maybe things that people want to add and put it on there and then bring it back to another meeting. Because norms, to me, are really about how we get our work done together. And it feels as though there's been a deep dive into some interpersonal relationships which are not really germane to getting the work done. And I hear them, and I hear that it's a challenge for a variety of different people, but I would like to see us move on with this and be able to give it perhaps some different time and different connotations to be able to put together. So it says a vote, and I'm not sure, does that mean we need to have a vote? Can we just decide to take another step towards a draft? Because spending time now to wordsmith this at 10:30 at night seems kind of awkward.
Member Agnew, did you have thoughts on that?
I just wanted to say, I agree that we need to have some space and some better minds to put towards this. I would like to say that I don't think this was interpersonal. I don't think this is something that veered out of how we do our work together. I think it was about how we do our work together and how we perform our duties together. And so I would just like to say that I think that what we've talked about so far and what we talked about in our retreat was relevant to the work that we have to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so how would we like to proceed? We could either vote on these, or we could move them to another meeting and work on them more. Member Miller?
I would suggest that it's clear that we all might want to participate in some editing, but that we could bring back to another meeting. But I think that our conversation tonight is a microcosm of what we talked about during that retreat, and I think we have more work to do as a group to facilitate our collaboration and cooperation. So, but I think we should, Member Seraphy Cox is going to look at the document, and other people might contribute some edits, and we should table it till next time.
Unfortunately, that would be a violation of open meeting law if we were all working on the same document. Yeah, that is really, it's a really challenging part of this.
That's why we had a retreat to do it.
So a non-quorum of the school committee could be directed to work on it outside of the meeting and bring back a proposal, but not all members could make, I mean, you could make edits and bring them back to the next meeting, but
Member Deasy, are you raising your hand?
Yes, I was. I couldn't find. Yeah.
Turn down your volume and mute your, there you go.
Am I okay?
oh, it's it's
Mute your
Margaret. Margaret's-
in your Zoom.
It's Margaret that needs to mute. There we go.
Did you do it? Yes, you did.
Yep, thank you. It's late. Now that's driven up, oh, I know what I was going to say. I like the suggestion that Member Robbins made about sending out a template or some suggestions. Could we work on that individually between now and the next meeting, and then come prepared to talk, to share what we think is most important and maybe add on? Would that be a way to address it?
That would not be a violation of open meeting law.
Are you still done with that, Member Robbins?
I would just give you the template. It's
Yeah,
pretty simple. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a template that you could share, that's a starting point. And, sorry.
Okay, and may I suggest also, maybe Annie, could you send again, Member Goldman worked very hard on, norms in the last term, that really sort of weren't discussed at all this term, and, I want to acknowledge her work on that. So it would be nice if that was shared, maybe reshared with the committee so that they could look at sort of the extensive process that she had gone through as well.
I'll send them that tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just looking for them, actually.
Okay, so we're all going to do some work on this on our own, and then it'll be on the next agenda, which now has many things on it, which is what happens with agendas, why they're quite long. Okay, let's see, where are we? Next up is vote to extend hybrid meetings. So the provisions to that were made for open meeting law for the pandemic have actually been extended. You may all know this until March 31st, 2025. So exactly how we've been operating and all of the changes to open meeting law for the pandemic will remain in effect now for almost 2 more years before the legislature again has to take this up and figure out what they want to do. So, we had said that we would try hybrid out and then come back together and talk about it and see how we felt about it. So that is what this discussion and possible vote is for, is to, for us to assess how we feel like it's been, being hybrid, and whether we want to continue this way for the rest of the term. I'm not sure we want to make a decision past the term, because there'll be some new members. So that would be my suggestion, would be, if we were going to vote, that would be for the remainder of this term ending in December 23. Member Gazy.
I'm totally in favor of it. I mean, look at how you are able to participate since you're sick, and Mike is able to be remote as needs, and when family situations and you don't have sitters come, you can do this. I think we've all sort of wrangled the technology, and I'd like to see it continue until the end of this term, and then we can quickly decide later.
Okay, thank you. Member Sophie Cox.
Just to say that I think that we can extend it to the end of this term and also include the first meeting of the new term, because the new school committee can't vote on what they want to do until they have a meeting.
Good point. Okay, Member Miller.
Well, you know that I, of course, need the Zoom for the closed captions.
Okay.
It's been very useful that way.
All right. Any further discussion? Can someone make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we extend the hybrid meetings until the first meeting of the new school committee, where it can be brought up again.
I'll second.
Second.
Who was that, Aileen seconded?
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Looking for where I left off.
Member Gazy?
Yes, and I do like this little thing where you can see the motion in
Yes,
writing.
thank you. I'm trying to find workarounds for what I thought was good with board docs, and I think this is a good one. We can talk about, the committee can talk about whether this should be made visible to the public during meetings. I don't know. Okay, Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
And Member Robbins?
Yep.
Okay. And so moving on to J, vote to approve the transportation contract, and Bobby, you are presenting that, yes?
Yep. So we had one bid. That was it for the transportation contract. I had budgeted 10%. It came in at like 5.5%, a little higher than 5.5. So it's my recommendation to the committee that you approve the contract for Durham. And if you so approve, we will send out a contract to be signed via DocuSign tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox?
The last time I looked at the folder, I didn't see a copy of it, but and I hadn't had a chance to look during this meeting. Is it actually in the folder now?
It should be in there.
I don't think it was in the
See
folder.
it.
I remember putting it in. I apologize. I don't know where it is. Could I have-
Yeah, because I had emailed, I don't know, earlier this week asking when it would be put in.
I apologize. I don't know why it's not in there. I really do apologize. I remember putting it in and then checking to see that it was there. Are we sure it's not?
Did you send it later or something?
I really don't know why it's not in there, so I apologize. I'm going to look for it right now.
I'm not sure I sent it to you, Annie. I think it's my fault.
Tammy sent it to me, and I did put it in, so I might have stuck it in a wrong folder or something. So let me take a look in a second.
In the meantime, Member Stein?
Yeah, it's just questions for Bobby about it. I didn't see it in there either. So it was more or less just to clarify, like, this is the contract on the busing that we have with Durham currently, right? It's the same service level and the same. And so this is not the van pool contract. It's just the Durham contract for us and for Smith Voc.
That is correct.
Okay. And is it 3 years again, or what's the term length?
So the contract you'll sign is for 3 years, but what we did was a 3-year with an option to renew for 2, but that will be at our sole discretion. So
At the same increase? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but at the same 5 point whatever increase on the 2 years?
So for this current year, it was like a 5.5%. In the bid specs, we did a 2% minimum. And then you have to have, depending on what I'm not going to come up with the terminology, but there is also a percentage that would be allowed. So let's just say, I always used to say it's Lower Pioneer Valley. But it's not, again, I'm not going to come up with the terminology. But anyway, there's a percentage that we use in the contract bid specs that each year they get a certain percent, but we also say there's a minimum of 2% that they will get. So it's 2% plus if it comes up higher, if the percentage is different. If it's 3.5, they'd get 3.5. If it's 1.2, they'd get the minimum of the 2. So that's what they would get each year for the regular transportation. That does not include van pool. That is just for the home to school transportation for Durham, for Northampton Public Schools, including Smith Vocational.
Thanks.
There's a minimum percent increase, but is there a maximum percent increase?
No, there's a minimum, which is 2% and no maximum. But typically you won't see anything bigger than the 2 in my historical knowledge. Past contracts that I have done didn't include that minimum. So it's based on, oh, I wish I could come up with that. I'm not coming up with it right now, but it's based on annual, and I'll email you all tomorrow if you want. I'm just not coming up with that right now. But it's based on that particular.
There's an index?
Yes. And so if that index came over, say at 1.8, we'd have to give the minimum of 2. If it came at 2.8, then we'd have to give them the 2.8.
Okay.
But I have not historically seen it go over 3%. So I can't imagine it would be much more than.
But it's this year, so what's the 5.7, did you say?
So from fiscal 23 current into fiscal 24, I budgeted 10% to increase that because I wasn't sure how the bid would come in.
Uh-huh.
And it came in at a 5.5%.
Okay, so that's the percent increase on the new contract, and then each year of the contract, it's a minimum of 2.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Member Seraphy Cox, did you?
Yeah, you already answered one of my questions, so that's great. My other question is, as I was looking through, I didn't see it immediately. Is there provisions in here for late bus?
There is not right now. We're not currently running the late bus, to my knowledge. So if we did, we could use the same daily rate that is provided with the contract that we have.
It was my understanding that we were not running a late bus because Durham couldn't find the bus drivers for it. Do other folks have that same recollection?
We're not running a late bus. Which one? At the high school?
At the high school or the middle
JFK.
school.
What about the buses that were out here in the middle of our meeting as the LPAC came out? There were 3 buses waiting to take kids and about 20 kids around 6:30.
Is there a field trip?
I don't, that's not
6:30.
Yeah, the late bus from the middle school at least would be about 4:15.
I know, I was just wondering what that
Yeah.
busing was, because it was,
Okay. Well, so what I'm hearing from you, Bobby, is that a late bus would not be precluded, like, a late bus would be allowed by this contract. Voting yes on this contract doesn't make a decision one way or another about late bus. Okay.
Correct.
And so then, in order to implement late bus, it would just be a money question.
Right. And because we came in under, there would be no reason why we couldn't. Again, I say a budgeted 10%, it came in at about a 5.5% increase. So there is room to include the late buses, but we would then have to have that conversation about the availability of drivers and that sort of thing. But it's not, the late buses are not written into the contract.
Okay, Member Levy.
If anybody from Durham is watching this meeting, I don't want this to be taken as a lack of enthusiastic support for Durham. I appreciate them and their work, and don't know who contracts with our school bus drivers, but the school bus driver who goes down High Street in Florence is the best person that I've ever seen. Like, it's amazing. Our school bus driver is the best. That said, given some of the limitations, is Durham the only option for us?
The only one in town.
it's the
Pretty
only-
sure.
What?
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we go out to bid, we do a sealed bid process. So there's invitations to anybody who wants to apply for that bid or submit a bid. And I think in the past for Northampton Public Schools, you've had at least 2 vendors that have submitted bids. In my past district, there was only 1. So around here, Durham is the only one that has been submitting bids. So.
But our day on the Hill, we actually had one of the legislators address that for all districts. It was a monopoly, yeah.
Yeah.
Member Stein.
I have a question for Bobby about the contract. Before I get to it, I just want to sort of echo Member Levy's sort of frustration with that structural hold. And, you know, the way we've been thinking about this, I think a little bit on the Budget and Property Subcommittee and a little bit around the electric school buses, is that there's really an important need to do a study to see what economically it would look like if we took it in-house. Because the other part of this is we do have a fleet of vehicles and drivers who are employed by us. Durham isn't our entire fleet. A district like, and Tammy shared this info with us too, Worcester a year or two ago abandoned Durham and brought everything in-house. And if you do that in combination, especially with bringing van pool in-house, you could have significant savings. So if I think we need to look at this, we have to sign this contract because we're not in a position to do anything else, frankly. But at the terms of the contract, within 3 years, we need to figure out if there's another avenue we want to take. Like, I was hoping we wouldn't have to sign this contract, but over the last year, it's become apparent that we have to. And then for electrification and for everything, how else we want to do this, we have 3 years, essentially, really like 2 years, to figure out what we want to do and what money we can save and what service improvements we can have. So that's sort of the challenge. I'm hoping that we'll do it. My question, Bobby, was about, I don't know if this is in the contract. So what I'm wondering is Durham, at least as of 2020, 2021, had recording technology and sort of proprietary systems on their buses for monitoring. There was some question about whether or not those were turned on, what was being recorded, what wasn't. I'm less concerned with the privacy aspects. I'm more concerned with the way in which those tools can be helpful in bullying. When we were at our retreat, we heard about a lot of racial bullying on middle school buses. So I'm wondering, in the contract, are we paying for those additional services from Durham? And if we are we using them?
We don't pay for, well, let's say monitors on buses would not be included in the price. That would be extra. But Durham does have to supply cameras that are on board, GPS systems, etc., so that if there's parent complaints that they're braking too fast or they're going too fast, they can pull up records to prove or disapprove that that happened. So there are those protections for both Durham, I suppose, and the parents. But we don't have anything currently. My face just came up on my thing and I'm laughing. But anyway, so I'm not, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So with those camera systems, which are different from the actual physical bus monitors, so a second person that's on a specific bus, but like the surveillance technology, are we using those currently to investigate bullying concerns or assault concerns or anything else?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And we'll still have access to that in this contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, member Sarah Picard.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out to Bobby that Member Robbins found a section in the contract on late bus. It's section 1.22, and it says that that Durham is required to give us a bid for or a price for late buses, and that yes, currently we're not operating any, and we would need to give them a minimum 2-week notice if we wanted to operate one. So I guess I would just ask if maybe you could get that price and let the school committee know.
Okay, that would probably be the same price per day that we have currently, but I definitely will confirm that. And then just to say also additionally, in this contract, what we changed is with the athletic transportation, you didn't have a clause in there that said that if they cannot provide the transportation for the athletics, we included that they would have to pay the difference between what it would cost us through Durham. and what we would pay for a company. So we could essentially bill them if they cannot provide us. And that wasn't something that was included in the contract prior to this year.
Good, glad to hear that. I mean, glad to hear that it is now.
Member
I saw it before.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting time to 11:30.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Roll call, please.
It's difficult as a mouse. Who seconded Emily?
Yes, I did.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Okay, Member Serta.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes, it's hard to hear you.
Sorry, I just moved, I realized, we have a mouse in the house here, so.
Oh.
We're hunting.
That's why there's
We
a
have-
little disarray.
We have group hunting. Did it- Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yep.
Did you say me?
Didn't I?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so.
Oh, I didn't, you got stuck. Member Gazy.
See, you're like,
Your memory was correct.
you are smoking with gas.
Fool me once.
What happened with the mouse?
He ran off.
I'm just gonna wait till the meeting's over and then.
All right, we're almost there, and then you're just gonna maybe move into a different room with other mice, but, okay, Member Seraphy Cox?
I assume you need a motion to approve this contract.
Oh, I thought we did that already. Wasn't there a motion? No?
No, that was a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yes, please.
Can I make a motion to approve the transportation contract for FY '24?
Second.
Okay, motion is made by Member Robbins, seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yeah.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, that has been approved. We're on to school committee discussion topics. Member Levy, you, no? Okay. Oh, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes. I had actually planned to say this during the discussion topics before I saw that the transportation contract was on the agenda. But my discussion topic is late bus, actually. I have some ideas about if we, I guess I would like to gather information of what it would mean to have a late bus through Durham, and then also, yes, can we take it in-house? Can we do the late bus in-house? Would that be more cost-efficient? And then I was really excited. My kiddo stays, after school for after-school programs here at the middle school, and I was really excited when I was driving her home, and we ended up behind a city bus that I realized stopped here in Florence, and that made me think, well, would it be possible for us to partner, okay, when I say city bus, PVTA, Pioneer Valley Transit Authority bus, would it be possible for us to partner with PVTA to add a stop for just one, piece of their schedule? The reason I hadn't thought of it before is because in California, where I came from before, it was actually illegal for public transportation to be used for school transportation. So there was a moratorium on that, but as far as I can tell, it's not illegal in the state of Massachusetts, so it's really just a bunch of questions that I have. And obviously, we are not talking about it now, because it's not on the agenda, but that is my discussion topic for a future agenda.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Member Robbins.
I just want to share with Member Seraphy Cox that in my years on the school council at JFK, we worked very hard to get an after-school bus, and we did, and we explored all those questions.
Okay.
So we have a historical background to give you.
Love it.
Yep.
Yeah, if you can send me any of that, I would love it.
I'd suggest reaching out to Tammy too. Asking Director Lieber for.
Yeah.
Okay. Member Stein.
Also, following up on the bus thing, I would love if we figured out a plan to start a process of investigating our options for the next contract and doing some cost analysis. I don't have a proposal, but maybe if we had an agenda item, we could flesh out what it would look like to bring a group together to do that work and where it might live, and authorize that group to start doing that work so we can be in a better position to make decisions over the next few years around transportation.
Okay. Got it. Bobby, did you want to say something to that? Oh, Bobby, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was just gonna say that that's why we did it a 3-year contract with the option to renew for 2 years, so that we had this time to investigate going all electric, or what options that we'd have, what grants are available, et cetera. That's why we did it with the 3 years, again, just to renew for 2 if we could for 5, if we needed to. But we're only in this contract for 3 years, so that gives us time to really research those options. But we'd have to get started soon to begin that.
All right.
Sorry, the mouse is just super cute.
It's so
And it's right in the middle of all the tables.
Teeny.
It's the highlight of the meeting, clearly. I'm sorry.
I could see it running around. Oh my God.
I'm so, oh yeah, look at that.
Can't put your camera on it, somebody.
Yeah.
I did, I got it.
Just went to Margaret's side of the table.
Yeah, it's on his table now. I'm sorry to miss the mouse. All right. Future meetings, rules and policy, 4 p.m. Wednesday, May 17th. Curriculum subcommittee, 5 p.m. Wednesday, June 7th. Budget and property, 4:30 Monday, June 12th. Rules and policy, 4 p.m. Wednesday, June 21st. What's not on here is our June meeting, which is, does anyone have the date? Full school committee on June, I know, it's just,
I think it's the 8th. I think it's June 8th.
June 8th? Oh, so it's early. Oh my God, did Kaya just catch the mouse?
Did.
You just catch it in a bucket?
Yeah, well, trash can.
Trash can.
Wow.
She's a mouse whisperer.
That was super impressive.
You have to drive it like miles away, otherwise it's just gonna come back in.
Wow, okay. All right, we need a motion to go into executive session.
Motion to go into executive session.
No.
Request to enter executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body. including collective bargaining with NACE and Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, and the chair so declares.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. Oh, you can take it.
I see Bobby's hand up. I don't know if that's just from before.
Might have been before. Motion was made by Member Miller. Who is the second?
Holly.
Okay, Member.
Oh, either one. I guess.
The chair does so declare. We will be adjourning from executive session and not coming back into open meeting. So we'll be saying goodnight to anyone who's still with us. Is there a roll call, please?
Levy.
You say me? Yes.
Member Miller. Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
our hero.
Yeah.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
And Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, we are now entering executive session. Good night, everybody. Again, we will be adjourning from executive session.